Spanish interpreter.
All right, have you been sworn in?
No, Your Honor, the interpreter has not been sworn.
Okay, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? And
Yes, Your Honor.
do you swear to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Theodore Leal for the record.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, which jail room are we in?
You're in BRC 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
One
you.
moment.
Sí, señor.
Connected, Your Honor, with the podium.
Excellent. All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Cristian Luna.
Christian Luna.
All right, Mr. Luna, you're here in case number 2020 CF 8800AO, and you are arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person as dating violence. And I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Do any witnesses here for Mr. Luna? I don't see anybody coming up. So I am going to order no contact, Mr. Luna, with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign that no contact order form, please.
Okay.
Do you understand everything on that form?
Sí.
Do you understand everything on the form, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm also ordering that you maintain a separate residence from the victim. So if the victim's living at the residence, you cannot live there. You may return one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings that you may need. And you're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you in pretrial release. Make sure that you comply with my court orders as well as what they tell you to do. Okay?
Muchas gracias y sí me voy a mudar a 3 horas de donde donde yo vivía antes.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to move away 3 hours away where I was living before with her.
Okay, just make sure you comply with the court order. With the lawyer.
Sí, muchas gracias.
All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. I have to call this number?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Buenos días, mi nombre es César Enrique Becerra.
Could the microphone from the podium that he has be inclined towards him so I can hear better?
Dexter, I think they just, need to move the big microphone away. That one? I don't know. Is that a little bit better?
You want to move it away, Your Honor?
I don't know what it's not in front of him, so I'm not sure where it would need to go. Mr. Interpreter, can you see if that's a little bit better?
No, that microphone on the headphone is not really working. That's a problem.
Oh, it's the microphone on the headset that is not working. Okay. Do we have another headset? Do we have the one over by Ms.
Buenos
Huston
días,
that
mi
can-
nombre es César Enrique Becerra Flores.
Good morning. My name is Cesar Enrique Becerra Flores. I can hear that very well. Thank
Oh,
you.
perfect. Okay. All right, sir, you're here in case number 2020 MM 5287AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses here for Mr. Becerra Flores?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, all right. So, Mr. Becerra Flores, I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form, sir?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with law enforcement to get any personal belongings that you may need. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I'm being advised that you do have an immigration detainer. Is that still active? Okay. So the Public Defender's Office will be able to answer any questions to you about the immigration detainer. I have no problem placing him on pretrial release, but he won't be released on pretrial until that detainer has been lifted. So you'll have to speak with your attorney about that, okay?
Your Honor, may I just have one moment?
Sure.
No puedo escucharte. No. Can you say again?
I just want to go.
Your Honor, we can move on. That's fine what you had said, the pretrial release and the immigration hold.
Okay, then that's it.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Your Honor,
Thank you very much. Good morning.
is he asking for bond instead of pretrial
I have
release?
no idea. Nobody has told me anything. Ms. Custon said that was fine.
Your Honor, I was gonna ask for a $100 bond, but I don't think that the pretrial release will go into effect, so he should still get days until
Okay.
something happens, from my
Yeah,
understanding.
I don't think they'll release him on pretrial until the detainer.
Contact the supervising officer once he's released from the immigration.
Yeah, they'll meet with him after the immigration detainer's been lifted.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, that's what they're telling me. So if you have any questions about that, I would contact pretrial release on your own and then file a motion if it needs to be filed.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Alexander Triana.
Is the interpreter still there?
Alexander Triana.
Okay. I don't, do we know what happened to Efrain Carrasquilla?
He's medical, Your Honor.
Medical? Okay. I'm gonna reset. Is it medical? Medical? That's the term we've been using. I don't know. Do we know what kind of medical?
I believe it's just regular medical.
Regular medical. Okay. So I'm gonna reset for tomorrow and see if he's available tomorrow. All right, Mr. Triana, you are here on an out-of-county warrant out of Brevard County, and the judge in Brevard County has set your bond at none. And I am gonna appoint the Public Defender's Office here to represent you. One of the judges here will contact Brevard County and see if the judge there will give you a bond or some other type of release. So you should be back on the docket in a couple of days with an update as to that. However, the Public Defender's Office is not precluded from filing any motions to set bond for you here. And that could be heard downtown. All right?
Your Honor, Mr. Triana has a case number, even if it's from the other county.
I have a Brevard County 2020 CF 10845.
Thank you, Your Honor. That'll work.
Sure. All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Daniel Alejandro Méndez Molina.
Daniel Alejandro Méndez Molina.
All right, Mr. Mendez Molina, you're here in two cases, 2020 CF 2960AO, and you were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for burglary of a conveyance, petty theft, and criminal mischief. And I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you in that case. You've also got 2020 CF 4665AO. That's also a warrant, and probable cause was found as to burglary of a conveyance, petty theft, and criminal mischief, and I'll appoint the public defender. So in both of those cases, no contact with any victims or witnesses or co-defendants. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. And I am gonna set the bond, I'm gonna stay the bond at the 3,500 and 100 and 100 on 2960. In 2020 CF 4665AO, I'll stay those bonds at 2,500, 500, and 100. You have two out on release cases. However, based on the dates of these offenses and to when you were seen by a judge, I cannot revoke those releases. So I'm not going to revoke them today, but I can tell you, Mr. Mendez Molina, if you come back again and you have an offense after February 13th, then chances are you're going to have your bond revoked in all of your cases, okay? And you'll be sitting in jail without bond. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Is this the paperwork for him? For this gentleman right here? Okay.
Was that the last case for the interpreter?
I don't know. Is it, Dexter?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. And do we know about Mr. Santos, Kevin Santos? He's a traffic case. I looked up the case that he had on release, that he's out on release on, and it showed that a Spanish interpreter was utilized for that case. So I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Santos didn't need the interpreter.
Stand by, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, Mr. Interpreter, I'm gonna ask anybody if you could ask anybody in the gallery if they need the interpreter, to raise their hand, please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the court request, the interpreter will make a brief announcement in Spanish. Si alguno de los presentes requiere los servicios del intérprete en español, levante la mano, por favor.
I don't see any hands raised. And I'm just gonna have you hang on 1 second so that we can see if Mr. Santos needs the interpreter.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Called him from here. I tried earlier.
That's a negative, Your Honor. He does not need
He
one.
does not. Okay, thank you, Mr. Interpreter. We don't need your services any longer. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Your Honor.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
June.
Okay, Mr. June, looks like this was reset from yesterday, and it looks like, Ms. Bush, I did receive your supplemental, even though it's missing pages. It looks as though the officer indicated or filed a new charge, a separate charge.
The
So we're gonna have to backtrack what Judge Carter did yesterday.
Your Honor, it was filed under the violation of domestic injunction. There is no injunction in place.
Right, he
So it
filed a
was-
new affidavit with a
Yes.
new
Yes,
charge
Your-
on it, instead
Yes,
of
Your
just amending his affidavit. You sent me a
Yes, Your-
supplemental and then.
Yes, Your Honor.
He filed a new charge.
And that supplemental report was to provide the correct statute.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I get it, I get what happened, but then he went and filed a new charge in 2020 MM 5304 for violation of pretrial condition on domestic violence. Did you see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So the problem here is that was the only thing that he was charged with in the other case anyway, was the violation of the injunction. So there's no PC for the violation of the injunction.
Correct, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna have to go back, ROR on that case, do an entirely new IA on the new case, and just basically delete everything Judge Carter did yesterday.
Okay.
That, I mean, I don't know how else to do that.
No.
Because your affidavit is actually not even complete. It's missing pages.
Your Honor, I sent a 3-page. If it didn't come
It's
through,
3 pages, but it's the third page is missing off the affidavit. I have 3 pages, the third page is the jurat.
Correct.
Okay, the second page is missing.
And the only page is that supplemental report page that shows the corrected,
Right.
in the body of it,
It's-
shows the corrected statute.
I know, it's just not a complete affidavit. It's page 1 of 2, it doesn't finish the sentence. It's like it goes on to another page. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Your
So-
Honor, I will pull it.
I don't, what do you want me to do, Ms. Bush? Do you want me to find no PC or ROR on the new case? Or do you want me to take this as supplemental, but it's not a complete affidavit?
Your Honor, the state would just ask that the court take the supplemental report as it,
Is any of this good for me?
for the documentation of the change of the statute, which was the request from the court yesterday. And this is being submitted under yesterday's case number, Your Honor. So I don't know if it would suffice for that corrected, because that was the order that I received from ASA Fusco yesterday, was that the court wanted a corrected statute.
Yeah, well, the charge was a violation of an injunction. He was not, there was no injunction, so it was the wrong charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the supplemental advises of the correct charge, but then the officer went and filed a whole new case.
Well, Your Honor, I do see that it's an arrest affidavit, but what I see up in the right-hand corner under the agency number is that it is merely a supplement to the original.
The one that you provided me,
Yes, Your
not the
Honor.
new case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, what I
think that-
provided you under the agency number,
I understand.
it just shows it as a supplemental report.
Right. Do you see that on page 2, it doesn't finish any sentence? It's missing information. I don't know what the whole report is. The one that was filed in 2020 5304 is detailed and provides the correct information, and it's in total.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking that the court just use this supplement to supplement the original report, which contains all of the correct facts, and the only correction was the statute and the charge. The facts in and of themselves did not change.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll accept the affidavit that's sworn, and it's supplementing with the correct charge in 2020 MM 5269. Okay, so there is probable cause for the violation of the pretrial release condition on domestic violence case. I think Judge Carter pretty much did everything yesterday. She ordered no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. She ordered them to maintain a separate residence, to not possess weapons or firearms or ammunition. And then she also revoked the release in 2020 MM 5056AO. And then set the bond at $2,500. So what I'm gonna do is the clerk's gonna have to change the charge
Yes, Your Honor.
instead of me doing what I originally wanted to do, which was just go with the charge that was correct the first time around. So the correct charge based on the supplement is the violation of pretrial release condition on a domestic violence case. And that is 741.29 subsection 6. So that's the correct charge that he should be charged with. And so on 2020 MM 5304, I'm gonna ROR. I'm not gonna take, I mean, there's probable cause, but I'm gonna ROR on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all the other conditions on the other case will remain. I'm not gonna put any conditions on this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does that
Thank you.
make sense, Madam Clerk?
On the 5304?
Yeah, so I'm gonna, there's probable cause,
Okay,
but,
so we're gonna stay this one. I was doing the opposite.
but it's gonna be ROR.
Okay.
And then we'll have to change the charge from the original charge of violation of an injunction in the 5269 case to the violation of pretrial release condition.
And Your Honor, may I have the new case number that was given to this?
Sure.
Because I didn't have that.
2020 MM 5304 AO.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jun, so what I did was the officer filed an amended supplement giving the correct charge. So I just took that, found the probable cause that Judge Carter had not previously found for the violation of the injunction because that was an incorrect charge. They actually filed a new affidavit with a new case number charging you with the correct charge as well. So I found probable cause, but I'm releasing you ROR on that case. But Judge Carter's already ordered that your bond was revoked in the other case, okay? Do we know if he has the PD in that case, just to make sure that he has an attorney?
Yesterday?
Yesterday, I don't know if Judge Carter made sure that he had the PD, okay. Okay,
So am I gonna give him an arraignment date for this 5304, the one he's gonna be?
I don't know, does he get an arraignment date for both cases? I think, well,
I'm gonna give it to him, just,
this is the problem.
This
That's why I
is.
wanted to do it the other way, which was,
And Your Honor, the only issue is
I mean, you could
that
file a no info notice right now and we wouldn't even have an issue.
on the new case number.
Yeah, and then we wouldn't have it, and then we wouldn't have an issue later on where he fails to appear for an arraignment that he's not.
I will do that.
Okay, so Mr. June, we're gonna make things a little less complicated,
Please.
logistically speaking. And Ms. Bush is gonna file what's called a no information notice on the new case, okay? So you won't have to go to court for that one and your dates won't get confused for you, okay?
Am I receiving a bond or not?
You already have a $2,500 bond that was set yesterday. You do not have a bond in the other case, the one that Judge Carter revoked yesterday that you were out on bond on. So the public defender's office is gonna have to file a bond motion for you. Okay? So you're gonna have to get with them, but I'm sure Ms. Custon will email your attorney and get that squared away for you. So this is the supplement for the yesterday's case, for the 5269. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for doing that. That makes things- I think that
It
just
got
makes
more
things easier.
complicated than,
Yeah, that's why I want to do it the other way. It just would have, but we squared it away. All right, good morning, sir. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Javier Gonzalez.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you're here on what's called a writ of attachment in 2012 DR 1697. And so what we're going to do is we're going to release you as to this case only you're going to have to appear telephonically, and you're going to get that paperwork. If you don't call in, and that means that you don't appear, then the judge can issue a warrant for your arrest and you can be arrested again. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you have questions about anything, there's plenty of information on the paperwork that you're going to get. So you shouldn't have any issues figuring out when you need to call in, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Charles Bernard Bostic, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Bostic, you're here in 2020 CF 8592. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement and battery, domestic violence. And we do have a witness present. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? You may have to get a little bit closer to the microphone when you talk because you got a mask on and then it's hard to hear, okay?
You say pull this down?
No, well, if you want to, you're in the box by yourself.
Okay.
If you want. You just raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can put your hand down now. Ms. Bush, did you want to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor.
First, can you state your name and then spell your last name for me?
Maddie Ford, F-O-R-D.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bush, sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Ford. How are you this morning?
I'm okay.
Ms. Ford, how do you know Charles Bostic?
We've been dating for almost 8 years. We are in a relationship.
Do you live together?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you afraid of Mr. Bostic?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Over the course of the just under a year,
Yes,
has
ma'am.
there ever been any other violence in your relationship?
It hasn't been violence. Just a little over before, last month in August, I lost my son, which meant Charles was very close to him. That was my only son. He got killed in Sanford. Prior to that situation, I had to go to a psychiatrist. They put me under some medication to try to cope with it. I've been very depressed about it. I've been spazzing out. At some point, Charles have been very supportive in the funeral arrangements, everything. But they put me on some medication, which the medication, I guess, is not adjusting to me. If you review the case for the last 2 months, they changed my medicine and have not been agreeing with me. So at times I spaz out on him. I tend to, I talk to my case manager, explaining to her that the medication have me retaliating on him. Sometimes I get mad, I think about my son, I throw my phone or whatever. He tries to restrain me from harming myself because at times I felt like I just wanted to give up because I lost my son. He was murdered.
I'm sorry for your loss.
And over the last incident that we had, I called my case manager, which I was having, I was going into the office for psychiatry, talking to a psychiatrist.
Yes, ma'am.
To help me cope with everything. But due to the coronavirus, everything is shut down, so I can't go in to have my counseling. So that's when this incident's been going on. He have been working really hard. We love each other, but like I said, it's the medication. So now that she told me maybe the doses are too high, they're changing my medication. She now has me, next week I will be actually on the phone with a therapist to get help. Due to the fact that I don't want to have him to suffer for something that I'm suffering with, and it relates to him being arrested for something that I'm out of control of.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the medication.
Yes, ma'am.
So the last time these charges was on, they dismissed them. But prior to that, he told me that I need to call my case manager so I can have someone I can talk to be able to vent instead of taking it out on him.
Yes, ma'am.
So now I do have that. She told me she would lower my dose and change my medicine, and I'll be able to talk to a therapist on the phone. But in the office, that can't. And I told her because it's getting out of hand. I don't want him to see him lose his job, or I don't want to see him go to jail for something that's relating to me
Yes,
with my
ma'am.
medication. I did bring the 6 bottles of pills. They downstairs, but they say I couldn't bring it up.
And I appreciate your wanting to bring so that the court can
Yes, ma'am, because I
understand your
wanted them to see
situation.
that that is what it is.
Miss
So I
Ford,
told her this the
Ford, you
second
gotta-
time.
Miss Ford, hold on. When she's talking, you can't talk over her because we're
Oh,
not
I'm
gonna
sorry.
have a
I thought
clear
she.
record.
I'm sorry.
So it's question, answer.
Okay, I'm
You-
sorry.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Ford, I just want to go back to one thing that you said.
Okay.
You said the time before this and the charges were dropped.
Yes, ma'am.
Were those domestic violence charges that
No,
were dropped?
it was the same thing. Like I said, she just put me on this medication.
Yes,
new
ma'am.
medication. And I've
But-
been on it for 2 months, and they have not been agreeing with me.
I appreciate that, and
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that you get your medications
Yes,
because
ma'am.
it takes a while
Yes, it does.
for you to adjust to them and to find the right dosage. However, that case that was dropped was another alleged domestic violence case in your relationship. Is that correct?
Okay, this what I'm saying is that I retaliated on him that night.
Okay.
And
I now get it.
okay.
And barring your reaction to your medication,
Yes, ma'am.
if something like this were to occur again and you felt threatened, would you call law
Oh,
enforcement?
definitely, because I just had my son murdered. Ain't no way I would take abuse. No way.
And I've got one more question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. Are there any children in the home?
No, ma'am. We just been taking care of our grandkids. My son's kids. We both work and we've been, we really been tugging through this, with my son's grandkids and losing my son. So he has really have taken a lot from me. He really has.
Ma'am.
And that's why I'm here today, because I talked to my psychiatrist, and now that I can have my therapist over the phone to try to cope with this, to resolve this, because I told her it's getting out of hand and it got to be the medication. So she said the doses was probably
Yes.
too high, so they changed my medication.
Well, and again, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I know that it's a struggle to work through this.
It's
but
really hard.
I have no further questions. Thank you for being here today.
All right.
Ms. Custom, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ford, would you like to have contact with Mr. Bostic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you guys don't live together? I'm sorry, I didn't really understand that.
Yes, we does.
Okay, so you have separate residence?
No, we live together.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But now my therapist allowing him for both of us so he would know how to cope with things when I overreact. And that's starting next Wednesday. We'll be able to get that done.
So next Wednesday, you guys will have separate residence?
No, ma'am, it would be the therapist.
Oh, okay, next
Yes,
Wednesday you're
ma'am.
having your therapist. Great.
Yes, ma'am.
And you want
Because
him,
I was going.
you want him to live in your house, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He's been very supportive to me. Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ford, do you think drugs or alcohol had an involvement in what happened?
Not drugs, but I have been like in the past. I have had a drug problem. Since my son been done, I've been clean. At times I get mad at Charles and I tell him, I say, I just want to have a drink. He tell me, no, that's not going to help, because of your son. We got to work through it. Sometimes I get upset because, it's overwhelming to lose a child. Nobody knows the feeling. And it's hard at times. So he told me that I need to talk to my caseworker. Actually,
Okay, but Ms. Ford, my question was, do you think drugs or alcohol had any involvement?
oh, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Because
Absolutely
there's an
not.
allegation that he was intoxicated and that he's selling drugs to people. And then I also see that he was arrested for possession of cocaine, which I didn't see anything in the system for yet.
No, his
Was he
past.
arrested for that when he was picked up on the warrant?
Your Honor, it's under 2020 CF
Yeah.
8805.
And when I looked it up, there was nothing
It's not
in
there.
the system. So my guess is that when he got arrested on the warrant, that
Yes.
they arrested him for possession of cocaine. And that's just what I'm looking at. So
Yes, Your Honor.
that's what happened. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ford, for your testimony. And I know this may be difficult and this can be changed in writing at a later date, but based on the testimony and what I'm reading in the affidavit, I'm going to order that there's to be no contact directly or indirectly with you at this time. His attorney will be able to file a motion and that could be changed at a later date after
Okay.
another hearing with a judge. So you're to maintain separate residence, Mr. Bostic. You may return there with law enforcement one time to get personal belongings that you may need. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or ammunition, nor are you to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bond on count 1 is $2,500. Count 2 is $500. And so, as I stated, his attorneys will be able to file a motion with the judge in Division 15, that's where the case will be heard, and to change any no contact order, and that will
Okay,
have to be
I don't
changed in
quite
writing.
understand what you were saying about the no contact.
So he's not allowed to have contact with you directly or indirectly, meaning no phone calls, no emails, no social media, no contact through a third party. He can't contact somebody to call you and deliver a message. He can't give you
So
any
how do we resolve this though? That's what I'm saying. How do we
The state
resolve it?
attorney's office is gonna call you and you can talk to them about the case. Okay,
Okay.
but it doesn't get resolved today. I can't drop anything. Nothing's been filed formally, hasn't been filed as an information, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ford. Thank you. Did you understand everything on that form, Mr. Bostic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you understand everything else that I explained?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, good luck. I don't have that in front of me.
Oh.
I was just asking if he was arrested on it, but I don't have that case, and there's nothing in Odyssey. All it says is possession of cocaine, there's no complaint, there's no
No.
arrest affidavit. So it may be tomorrow that it's set.
Your Honor, we have the arrest affidavit today in
No,
our
it's not.
documents.
We don't have it. It's not in Odyssey. What's the case number? 2020 CF?
8805 AO.
Nope, it's not there. Is it on the docket?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning it's on the big docket that we get every day, emailed to us? So I have Mr. Bostic on the felony DV docket, and it lists just the felony DV, and then I'm just trying to see if it's actually on the docket. It's not listed on the felony. I don't know, can you do paperwork for it? Is it-
I can do an order. What's the bond amount on it?
And Your Honor, it's
1,000?
also listed on the first appearance information sheet that the state
Right, but
received.
I understand that, but a lot of times they're listed on there because they get arrested and then it's not put on the docket, they get arrested on a warrant.
That's the number I would call.
My issue is that it's not on the docket that gets sent to me every day, and it's not even, the complaint isn't even in the system. So I'm gonna have to read the affidavit. We'll have to call Mr. Bostic back into the courtroom. Is that Mr. Bostic?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if I'm gonna have to IA him on this, we'll need him back.
You got a police report?
Yeah, just for purposes of the record, the docket that gets emailed to me every morning by corrections, it does not have this case listed. It's probably because of the time of the arrest.
Was yesterday evening at 7:25.
All right. Mr. Bostic, they have another case for you. It's 2020 CF 8805AO, and it's a possession of cocaine. And I've read the affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the offense, and I'll appoint the public defender as well. In that case, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and the bond will stay set at the $1,000. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck. Good morning. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Randall Collins.
All right, Mr. Collins, you're here in 2020 CF 8812AO. You're arrested for tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement and domestic violence battery. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses for Mr. Collins? No? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Collins, I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign that no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I've read it. I do have a question.
Okay.
It
I don't want you to say anything that you may later regret. So if you have a question, why don't you ask Ms. Custon? She's right next to you, so that you don't say anything that you may hurt you later on.
Okay.
Your Honor, it has to do with contact with the children. We're asking for a third party to be an intermediary because the face sheet says there just was no contact with the victim whatsoever, so we can't really get any input on that. So we're just asking if he could provide someone, maybe someone of her family members that he could contact in order to arrange that.
Well, without that person being present and agreeing to do that, I'm not going to put anybody's name in an order. I think you can file a motion.
And that's no contact is only to the alleged victim. So technically he could, if he's only speaking about the children, speak to someone else.
Well, he can't, no, I mean, the no contact order says you can't have contact with your children how old are the children?
My children are 8, 6, and 7 months.
Okay, so it's my understanding on the no contact order, I think you have it in front of you, that you can't see the children until the no contact order is modified or changed. Is that, Ms. Custon, is that your understanding of it?
I don't know. I don't have that no contact order in front of me. I know there's no indirect or any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. So that's my understanding of it. So
No, there's a specific statement in there about children. So does anyone have it and I can read it so that I can read it out loud so that he understands? He says he read it and he understands it, but there's specifically in there about the children.
you must not have anyone, including your children, send messages to the victim.
It's towards the end, I think. Even if it relates to contact with the children, you may not have contact.
You must set a hearing with the court to determine whether contact with the children will be allowed. So you'll just call the lawyer, okay?
Thank you, thank you. Okay? All right, Mr. Collins, you understand that? And so even if your attorney can file a motion to modify the no contact order for, as it relates to the children, and the judge could put a person in there that the parties agreed to, but I'm not gonna put somebody's name in the court order today that's not here and not willing to do that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you did read the no contact order and you signed it and you understand everything in it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're going to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you must go one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond on count 1 will be $1,000, count 2, $500.
Your Honor, we're asking Mr. Collins be court ordered to pretrial release.
I can't hear you, Ms. Custon.
We're asking Mr. Collins be court ordered to pretrial released or re-interviewed. He has 0 criminal history. He's been employed for the same company for over 3 years. He rents a house with the alleged victim, but he has another place to go. I know that has nothing to do with pretrial release, but he does have an address he could provide.
I'll order that they can, if he qualifies, I'll say or PTR, and see if they'll re-interview him.
Then we ask his
He
bond.
qualifies?
He can do straight PTR.
I'm sorry?
He can be qualified for straight PTR.
Okay, they're telling me that he can be qualified for straight pretrial release. I don't know why, it just says unable to make the verifications, but now you've been able to do that?
What happened is he'll just have to contact the supervising officer next day with the.
Okay, so I'll do straight pretrial release. If there's a problem with that, not much I can do
Thank you, Your Honor.
today. Okay. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Derek Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here in 2020 CF 8803AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have a witness here for Mr. Williams's case?
I believe so, Your Honor.
She talking to me?
Don't say anything. I'll talk for you. Okay. Ricky Williams, okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No? Okay.
We have Derek and we have Ricky.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Mr. Williams, I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order, please. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes.
Okay. You must maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings that you may need to the residence. And you're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond will be set at $2,500. All right, please tell me your name, sir. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You gotta talk into the mic. No, don't take the mask off, but talk into the microphone.
Ricky Williams.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. You're here in 2020 CF 8738AO. You are arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, and battery domestic violence. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. And we do have a witness present. Sir, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna have to talk a little louder and into the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, can you tell me your name and spell your last name?
My name is Alon Fudge, F-U-D-G-E.
Mr. Fudge, okay. And Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire of Mr. Fudge?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Fudge. What is your relationship with Mr. Williams?
We are, that's my friend.
And do you all reside together?
Yes.
And how long have you all been friends and residing together?
A year.
And over the course of that year, has there ever been any kind of violence in your relationship, whether or not it was reported or whether or not it was prosecuted?
No, it was just an argument, and this just right here just got out a little bit out of hand.
And does anyone else live with you at your address?
Yes, I have another roommate.
So there are 3 adult roommates.
Correct. Yeah.
Are there any children in the home?
No.
Do you believe that alcohol or any kind of controlled substance contributed to this situation?
In my concern, I believe so. Whatever it was, we all was having just a cup of wine or whatever, and everything else perspired. It went to another level, which it shouldn't have been. But then again, it progresses. I believe he get angry, but he does have an anger attitude sometimes. But he do need anger management. I request for that to happen, but
Okay.
he do have that. But then
Okay.
again, everything went to another level, which it shouldn't have been.
Okay. Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Not at this moment, I don't.
Okay.
But I would rather to be separated at this moment.
Okay.
To get their stuff together and me focus on what I need to get. But I would rather him to have anger management requested to find himself.
At this juncture, because he's just been arrested, we won't get into what programs might be recommended. However, thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Custon, do you have any questions for Mr. Fudge?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Fudge, for your testimony. Mr. Williams, I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign that no contact order form. Did you understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're to maintain a separate residence. And if you need to go back to the residence, you can go back one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. No alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And your bond on count 1 is set at $2,500. Count 2 is $500. All right, thank you, sir. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Zach Bades.
All right, Mr. Bates, you're here in 2020 MM 5284 AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Any witnesses present for Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bates, no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. That can later be changed in writing by a judge, so your attorneys will have to file any motions for that. You must maintain a separate residence. You may return with law enforcement one time to the residence to get personal belongings that you may need. If the victim is living there, you can't live there. If the victim is not living there, you can be there, okay?
Yes,
You're
Your
not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I am going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure that you comply with those court orders as well as what they tell you to do. Did you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Dwayne Bennett.
All right, Mr. Bennett, you're here in 2020 MM 5301AO. It's a domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses here for Mr. Bennett?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Bennett, I am going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order form.
But yes, ma'am, but this victim,
why don't you tell Miss Custon what you need to tell me, and she could talk to me about it.
Okay, Your Honor, there's just questions as to where he would live, because it's his house and his daughter is living
she's been there 2 weeks.
at his house, so he can go back as long as she's not there.
Yeah, so I just order maintain separate residences, okay? If she's there, that's a civil issue. You're gonna have to deal with that civilly, okay? I can't kick her out of the home if she's been living there, and I
She
don't
hasn't
know.
been living there, Your Honor.
Okay, well, it appears as though her children are there, and so.
My grandchildren.
Right, so it's listing her address, and she's not here to tell me that she doesn't live there, okay?
Okay,
So-
well, ma'am, her mother, I called her mother and the cops, and the cops took
Okay,
me
you
to
can
jail.
start talking about the facts, and that's fine, but my guess is that Ms. Custon would tell you that you don't want to start doing that. So I'm just ordering that you maintain separate residences. If you need to go back to the residence because she's living there, then you must go with law enforcement to get your things. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. The Department of Children and Families was contacted. I don't know if they'll have an investigation, but if they do, you'll have to comply with that. And I am going to place you in pretrial release. It looks like they've been able to qualify you. So make sure you comply with those conditions. If you have any legal questions, you need to contact the Public Defender's Office, and they can give you legal advice, okay?
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Javier Crespo Jimenez.
All right, Mr. Crespo Jimenez, you're here in 2020 MM 529780. You're arrested for battery, domestic violence, and I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Crespo Jimenez, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order form. I'm ordering no contact directly or indirectly with the victim.
Is there any way that we can have the no contact order dropped because
So that would be changed, that would have to be changed in writing by a judge at a later date, so your attorneys will have to file a motion, okay? All right, so did you understand everything on the form?
yes, ma'am?
Okay. You must maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back, you can go one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings.
Okay.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, no ammunition, and it looks like DCF was contacted, so they may have an investigation. You'll need to comply with that. I'm not sure if they were, it says they were, but,
TCF. I don't know nothing about that.
I'm not sure why, if that's actually accurate. It says, if DCF was contacted, yes. I don't know. So I don't know if there doesn't allege any children were
I have
there.
little sisters there, yeah. My little sisters
Okay,
live with us.
okay. So it may very well be that DCF was contacted, so
Okay.
if they have an investigation, they'll need to comply
Okay.
with that. Was he's not able to be qualified? He doesn't know the uncle's address. So what I'll do is I'll do $500 or pretrial release if they're able to qualify you. It looks like they're just missing a little bit of information that they might be able to get from you, but I'll do bond or PTR, okay?
Your Honor, we're requesting his bond be reduced to $100. He has 0 criminal history. He has no convictions. He has an arrest, but that's not any sort of conviction. He's not jobbed. He has no job. He has no money.
My mother was supporting me.
His mother completely supported him, and that's the alleged victim in this case. They can't have any contact.
I'm not from here, so I don't
I can't hear anything anyone's saying,
So we're asking his bond be reduced to $100 because he has no criminal history and there is no failure to appear, so there's no indication that he wouldn't appear to any future court dates.
Okay, I'm gonna stay the bond at the $500 or pretrial release. All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Good morning. My name is Tyshima Foster.
All right, Ms. Foster, you're here in 2020 MM 5288. You're arrested for domestic violence battery, and I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses for Ms. Foster?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Foster, I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign that no contact order. Do you understand everything on the order, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you'll need to go with law enforcement one time to get your belongings. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. She's not able to be qualified.
It just shows that it was conflicting information, but if we can get an address for her, or an alternative address, she can be qualified.
I thought we weren't requiring alternative addresses anymore. I thought Ms. Keegan told me that that wasn't a requirement anymore.
It's not, but this is like doing an interview that she wasn't given.
Okay, because, I mean, people don't always know where they're gonna live, you know, as long, I mean, if I'm ordering, know that they have to maintain a separate residence.
Okay.
I'll have to get with Ms. Keegan again, but we had a long, you know, issue about that.
To qualify her, we would just leave in state, but she has to contact her officer.
That she what?
Has to contact her supervising officer next day.
Okay, so I'm gonna place you in pretrial release, Ms. Foster, and you're gonna have to contact, and won't that all be told to her when she gets released? Okay, so they're gonna tell you everything that you need to do when you get released. Part of that is gonna be phoning in, okay?
Can I do a bond now instead of doing pretrial release?
No, I'm gonna place you on pretrial release.
Okay, and another question I have, as far as it said, because that's my child's father, and I want to know, like, it say no contact order if I appear in the judge. How would I go about that to make another?
So you have an attorney
Okay.
standing next to you, and she's giving you a piece of paper, and you're gonna call that number and tell them what you want them to do.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, tell me your name.
Louvens Joseph.
Do we know what happened? Alexander Serene?
He's next up, Your Honor.
He's next? Okay. Mr. Joseph. All right. You are here in 2020 MM 5289AO. You're arrested for dating violence battery. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Are there any witnesses for Mr. Joseph?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Joseph, I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order form, please. Do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yeah.
Okay. You're also going to have to maintain a separate residence. I don't believe that you live together, correct?
We not live together.
I'm sorry?
We don't live together.
You don't live together, correct, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Custon, is that what he said?
Yes, Your Honor. He
They
doesn't
do
live-
not live together, okay. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. The bond will be $500.
Your Honor, we request a lowered bond. We request a $100 bond. My client is employed part-time for 3 months. He's lived in Orlando for at least a year. He has 0 failure to appears. He has 0 criminal history. We request the least restrictive bond possible. In this case, it looks like he can't get pretrial release, but there's no other reason why he shouldn't have a non-monetary form of release, or the lowest bond possible, which would be $100.
Okay, I'm gonna stay the bond at the $500.
That's my bond. So I gotta pay that first before I get out here. I don't have nobody to call to phone me out.
I'll email your lawyer.
No.
All right, please tell me your name.
Alex Serene.
All right, Mr. Serene, you're here in 2020 MM 5300AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause and I'll appoint the public defender. Are there any witnesses for Mr. Serene?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Serene, I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on the order?
Yes, is there, like, how can I have this changed, like the no contact?
Well, you have an attorney and then you call the phone number and you ask them to file a motion. All right, Mr. Serene, you're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence, you can go one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. The bond is $500.
Your Honor, we ask this client be ROR'd. He has 0 criminal history, no failures to appear. There's no reason why there would be any indication that he wouldn't appear to any future court dates.
I don't think a $500 bond is unreasonable, considering this could have been an aggravated battery, great bodily harm. All right, please tell me your name.
Stout?
All right, Mr. Stout, you're here in 2020 MM 5293AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. Do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. Are there any witnesses for Mr. Stout?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Can you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down now. Can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me, please?
Tammy Stout, S-T-O-U-T.
All right, Miss Stout. Ms. Bush, did you want to inquire?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Stout.
Good morning.
Ms. Stout, do you want to have contact with Mr. Stout
Yes.
during the pendency of this case?
Yes.
And are you afraid of him?
No.
How long have you been in a relationship with him?
22 years.
And over the course of those 22 years, have there been other incidents of violence?
Just once, like in February with me.
In February of this year?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And when you say with you?
We got into a verbal an altercation.
Okay. And are there any children in the home?
No.
And do you fear for your safety at all?
No.
And if something like this were to happen again, and you felt threatened, would you be comfortable calling law enforcement?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Tustin, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stout, for your testimony. I am gonna allow you all to have non-hostile, non-violent contact, okay? So Mr. Stout, that means no hitting, punching, kicking, biting, scratching, getting in her face, saying mean things to her, being disrespectful, calling her bad names, okay? You got me?
Yes.
Okay. You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I'm going to place you on pretrial release, Mr. Stout. Make sure you comply with the court's orders as well as what pretrial release makes you report, okay?
Of course. Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That it.
All right. Good morning. Tell me your name.
Gerald Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you're here in 2020 MM 5283AO. You're arrested for battery, domestic violence, and I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me?
Aaliyah Chapman, CHAT, like Tom, MAN.
Okay, Ms. Chapman. Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Yes, thank you.
Excuse me,
Ms.
Judge, it's kind of hard to hear you in here.
It's hard to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I mean, this is about as loud as I can go.
That's better. That's better. Thank you.
Ms. Chapman, good morning.
Good morning.
How long have you been in a relationship with Mr. Taylor?
It's approaching 2 years.
And what is that relationship with Mr. Taylor?
He's my boyfriend.
Do you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
I do. However, I would like to request the non-hostile contact, meaning like the no verbal and things like that. But I do want to have him, I want to have contact.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Are there any children that live in the home?
No, ma'am.
If something like this were to happen again and you felt threatened, would you call law enforcement?
Yeah, without hesitation.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Cusson, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to order that you have Mr. Taylor non-hostile, non-violent contact with the victim in the case. So that means no pushing, no biting, no scratching, no kicking, no getting in her face, no saying mean things to her. Are you listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No being disrespectful to her, no raising your voice at her.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition, nor are you to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I am going to place you on pretrial release and do random urinalysis if they're doing that. So that will be a part of the pretrial release. Do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
No, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
I do. What is pretrial release? This is my first time having to do anything like this. What does that mean?
So it means he will be released without having to post a monetary bond, and he'll have to phone in order to report.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Kevin William Santos.
Okay, and Rios Lopez bonded. 2001 6146. Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Santos. You're here in 2020 CT 4476, I think is the case number.
4476.
Okay, 4476. And you were arrested for driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. You've got a driving while license suspended with knowledge that you're out on release on. I don't know if he wants to resolve this case today. Ms. Custon, did you talk about that with him at all?
Your Honor, I haven't. I really don't know his driving history. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if he can resolve or not.
All right, let me take a look at it. He's got a pretrial coming up in August for the other case.
I got my lawyer.
It's an older case. It looks like he was failed to appear and then got picked up on the capias on it and it was reset.
In Your Honor, he has 2 driving while license suspended, revoked from 2016.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, no, it sounds like these would make him a felony offender, so we're asking that they don't be resolved, and we're also asking for no revocation on the out-on-bond. May I talk to him about where he is in the process of getting his license back?
I supposed to get my license today to go with my license on 24.
You're ready to go?
I was like today.
Paid off everything?
I pay. No, I was gonna pay today, and because the 24 is my
Pre-trial.
yeah. So I was gonna get my license because the plea was if I don't go with my license, I gotta pay the fee.
Right, Mr. Santos, you can't drive without a valid driver's license, okay? So until you get your license back, you cannot drive. I'm gonna stay the bond at the $500. I'm not taking any action on the out-on-release case. It looks like you do have the PD on that case. You have a court date coming up, August 10th.
Okay.
You need to make sure that you don't miss that court date, okay? Additionally, if you get picked up on another driving while license suspended case and you have 3 cases, then I can probably guarantee you a judge isn't gonna look kindly on that, okay?
I understand. Yeah.
All right, tell me your name.
Stephen Jackson.
I'm sorry?
Stephen Jackson.
Okay, Mr. Jackson. I think I've got a couple cases for you. I've got 2020 CT 590 AW. And I don't think the PD was previously appointed in that case, or in 2020 CT 588 AW. It's not listed on here. No, okay. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Bush, I know one of these is leaving the scene of an accident.
Your Honor, at this case, we'll enter a not guilty plea. He has a related felony case.
Okay, so there's 2 cases, and we'll enter pleas of not guilty for you. You have the public defender, so we'll just give you some court dates, okay, Mr. Jackson?
Division 83, pretrial conference date will be August 3rd at 8 a.m. courtroom 6C.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck. All right, do we have Mr. Key?
Mr. Key?
You're on.
We don't have a key on our docket, Your Honor.
Okay, it's an arraignment.
And Your Honor, the state could not find him listed in the inmate database.
Oh, okay.
And there was a companion case, 2020 MM 3463AO, and it pled and closed on May 18th of
So
2020.
this looks like it was set for an arraignment downtown on the 17th of the one that I have, the
Yes, Your Honor.
2177, and it was reset for an in-jail arraignment. Maybe he bonded out, and then now, does anyone know if
Well,
Mr. Key is still in jail?
He failed to appear. This was by citation, and it came along with that MM case that pled out in May. So I don't believe he was in jail. And I don't
All
know.
right, well, I don't have any court minutes that I can click on. There's nothing in the clerk system from the 17th. So I have no idea. It just says clerk's office to reset for in-jail arraignment. Do we know if Mr. Key is in jail? I don't even, is that even on this piece of paper?
The booking number, let me see. No, it's not on here.
We don't have one. this was truly a citation that was submitted somewhere around the same time that his case was. And he was arrested on the case.
Yeah, I just don't have any court minutes to,
No.
so I'm not gonna take any action today on Mr. P. I don't have any information. All right, and Mr. Blackman?
Your Honor, will enter a not guilty plea. He's also medical, so.
Okay, so the PD was previously appointed and they're entering a written plea, or entering a plea of not guilty. So we'll give you some dates.
Division 80, pretrial conference date would be August 18th at 9:30 a.m., courtroom 9C.
All right, and then the last is Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty's also medical, Your Honor.
Okay, and it's medical?
It's medical, Your Honor.
Okay, so, Ms. Custon, the PD was previously appointed. Do you want to enter a plea of not guilty? You can always set it to plea at any point if he's
Yes.
not, if he's able to come to court.
Yes, Your Honor. We also, I know at this point we don't do bond motions, but the offer was 38 days, Orange County Jail. We're asking for ROR.
Well, without a motion in front of me and without the state being on notice, and I'm not going to ROR him. So you could file you could file a motion.
Can
Yeah,
I
I
just-
mean, you could,
Ms. Bush, do you object to an ROR?
I'm not going to do it today.
Okay,
Ms.
no matter
Custon.
what. Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, but you can file a motion with division, is it division
It's going to be Division 80.
80? And if the state doesn't object, then that should be granted in chambers without a hearing. As they've been doing. So we'll give you a date.
Division 80, pretrial conference date will be August 18th, 9:30 a.m., courtroom 9C.
Okay, and then I've got a status hearing for Mr. Jose Salvat.
He's also medical, Your Honor.
Okay, and so the PD was previously appointed. Ms. Custon, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the St. Lucie County case 20 CF 1646. And Judge Schwab indicated that the bond is to remain the same. And I guess the PD is appointed in St. Lucie County as well. So he has lots of attorneys to file all sorts of motions for him. And I have a 33-day motion from Mr. David Barrett for Christopher Buchanan in 2020 CF 7574AO.
Yes, Your Honor. On July 21st, a notice of non-filing was filed.
Okay, so that will be granted. All right, are everybody ready on the PD 33-day motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. 20 489AW, Ron Daniel Martin.
A notice of non-filing on July 21st.
All right, that will be granted. 2020 CF 7602AO, Kevin Dilva.
And information was filed, clocked in copies were emailed to defense counsel and the court.
All right, that will be denied. And that was July 20th, correct?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. And the email was this morning.
Yeah, I did see. I just wanted to make sure I
Yes.
got the date right. So I'm just looking at the information. 2020 CF 756780 Duarte Marquise Forbes.
And information was filed on July 21st. Filing ID is 1105-70166.
All right, that will be denied. 2020 CF 710280 Miles Christopher Pennant.
And information was filed on July 21st. Filing ID is 1105-68261.
All right, that will be denied. (2020) CF 2918 Joseph Lee Fleetwood.
A notice of non-filing on July 21st.
That will be granted. (2020) CF 4254AO Justin Michael Davis. Looks like his bond was, or his pretrial release was revoked yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor, and the state asserts that this motion is premature. Total time in custody was 4 days.
Well, I'm going to deny it based on 903.041 and Parker v. State, 843 Southern 2nd, 871, Florida Supreme Court, 2003. So his pretrial release was revoked based on a new law. So that will be denied. (2020) CF 7601AO Johnny William Brooks.
A notice of non-filing on July 21st.
All right, that will be granted. I didn't, did you want me to sign this one?
Oh, no.
Okay, because I didn't have a
Yeah.
stamp on it.
It's
But
okay, I'll stamp
we
it.
can
No,
sign
no,
it.
no, I'll stamp
Okay,
it.
all right. All right, I think that's it. Anything else for the morning? No?
And we resume at 1:30.
Yeah, I have an emergency county court judges meeting from 12 to 1:30 that I have to attend. So so we'll be back at 1:30. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I think Denise sent an email out to everybody.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah, I was just confirming.
I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Things close to the
What-
vest.
Officer Williams, what are you gonna do? Your sidekick.
He
She's
right behind
gone.
her. He said he right behind her.
Oh, you're leaving too?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I got about 7 years.
7 years? Oh. All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Marvin Hill.
Okay. I had Matthew Williams. Is he coming?
Yes. You telling this?
Not here yet? Okay. Is he coming or? He was just my first. Okay. I'll just put him aside. Okay. So I've got Mr. Hill. All right. You're here in 2020 MM 5295AO and you were arrested for petty theft. I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer? I don't
do,
see
Your
any
Honor.
priors, yeah.
And the offer, because he does have prior convictions. The offer is an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no return to the Walmart on West Princeton, no contact with witnesses, abide by trespass warning, and court costs.
All right, so Mr. Hill, if you wanted to resolve your case today, you would not have to go back to court. And the state's offer is an adjudication of guilt with credit for the 2 days that you've served. You cannot go back to that Walmart. You can't have any contact with any victims or witnesses. And you must abide by any trespass warning. And I would have to advise you that theft in any way is a enhanceable offense. So you don't have any prior thefts that I can see on your record. So this would be one, and then if you got another one, the third one could be a felony. Okay, so it goes from an M2 to a misdemeanor of the second degree, the misdemeanor of the first degree to a felony. Okay,
Yes.
do you understand all of that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, did you want to accept the state's offer?
So what is it, you said 2
It's
days
a-
time?
Yeah, well, you've already served, you've got credit for time served and adjudication, but I just have to advise you, I had to advise you of the enhanceable offense. You can't go back to that Walmart, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you want to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you read the plea form?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes, I do.
And you understand all those rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood everything that I explained to you about the enhanceable offense of theft?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. You may not return back to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street. Abide by any trespass warning, no contact with victims or witnesses. And I'll order that you pay your court costs by July 22nd, 2021. That gives you a year. If you'd like to appeal the judgment sentence at the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir. Good luck, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Did you appoint deputy? I did not.
LaCoya Bill. Johnson Bundit. Johnson.
Johnson?
Harvey Johnson Bundit.
Oh, bonded. Okay. Thank you. We'll take no action on Johnson. I keep forgetting that this is over here now. I'm gonna move it back. It's like automatic. So, all right.
And LaCoya Bill. She's behavior, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so what I'm gonna do is find her behavior to be a waiver. I'm gonna appoint the public defender, 2020 MM 5296AO. Mr. Matos, do you wanna waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is trespass on property after warning, and I do find probable cause. And so she's not to return back to the Shabu restaurant at 11025 International Drive South. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and abide by the trespass warning. I'm gonna stay the bond at the $500. I'm not taking action on the out on release cases today. But this is the place where she is alleged to have trespassed is the same place in 2020 MM 3310. So next time she comes back through, it's probably not gonna be good.
Next on the list, Your Honor, Vega Medical.
Okay, and medical?
Yes.
Okay. It's the legal term now. Okay, so 2020 5298AO, it's, Mr. Vega is medical. I'm gonna appoint the public defender, and Mr. Matos, do you wanna waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's a trespass on property after warning. I find probable cause, no return back to Apache Plaza, 2417 Oak Ridge Road, no contact with victims or witnesses, and abide by the trespass. I am going to stay the bond at the $500, but I'm not gonna revoke the release in the out on release case. All right. Tell me your name, please.
Matthew Markel Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, I can't hear you.
They said I had, they started me talking about a warrant, and I ain't missed no court date. My mom
Okay,
makes
well,
sure
I
I go
don't-
to all of my court dates.
It's not a warrant for missing court. So you were arrested pursuant to a warrant in 2020 MM 4997 for petty theft over $100. And that was alleged to have occurred on June 29th, 2020. It looks like at the Winn-Dixie at 1401 South Hiawassee Road. So if that gives you a little bit more information. So probable cause was previously found. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. You may not return back there, nor
Yes.
may you have any contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. I am gonna stay the bond at the 500, but I'm not taking any action on the out on release cases. Looks like there's competency status hearings coming up, and the PD does represent him on some of the cases. Ms. Dickerson, I think, represents him on one of the cases still. I'm not sure, but I'm not gonna revoke your release, but the PD's office will have to file the appropriate motion on this case if he cannot bond out. All right, thank you, sir. All right, tell me your name, sir. Can you tell me your name?
David Pauly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Polly. You're here in 2020 MO 771AO. It's a disorderly conduct. And I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Let me wait. Ms. Bush, do you have an offer before I appoint the PD?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And may the state have that case number
Sure.
again?
2020 MO 771AO.
Thank you.
I don't know if the out on release case is resolvable. I don't know if it's a possession
It
of
is
drug
your-
paraphernalia.
It is, Your Honor,
Okay.
and it's been filed.
Okay.
And for the current case, it would be an adjudication, 2 days credit time served and court costs. And the state can also convey an offer on the 2020 MM 3419AO. And it too would be an adjudication of guilt. 2 days. I believe he's got 2 days. I wasn't certain on that. But it would be a credit time served offer, Your Honor.
It looks like he was arrested on what, the 10th, was it the 10th of May? And then he was ROR'd on the 12th? Or I don't know.
That would be 3 days then.
Okay, it's just
4
logged in
days.
under the 12, it's the way they log. So he's 2 days in both cases? Okay, Mr. Pauly, you've got 2 cases, okay? And both of which the state has made an offer on. The one that you were arrested for is disorderly conduct. And so the state's offer is is credit for time served with an adjudication of guilt. And then the possession of drug paraphernalia was back in May. and that's 2020 MM 3419AO, and the state's filed on that, and they're offering you the credit for time served as well. So if you wanted to resolve both of those cases today, you would not have to go back to court again, and you would get out today on both of those cases.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, did you read the plea form?
Yeah.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yeah.
Did you understand all of those rights that you're giving up by entering the pleas?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
You understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the pleas will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Okay. I do find a factual basis in both of the cases based on the affidavits and the court files to accept your plea. On 2020 MO 771AO, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. And in 2020 MM 3419AO, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served on that case as well. I'm going to order that you pay your court costs by January 22nd, 2021. That gives you a year. And if you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir. Okay? Good luck. Thanks, Ms. Bush, for resolving both. All right. Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
I'm good. My name is Luxon Absolute.
All right, Mr. Absolute, you're here in 2020 CF 8789AO, and you were arrested for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause for those offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and you may not drive without a valid driver's license.
Okay.
And so he did not qualify for pretrial release because he elected not to give any address information.
Yes, he didn't comply with the complete interview.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Absolute, because you're not wanting to comply with any interviews, I don't have enough information to order you into pretrial release or for them to qualify you for pretrial release. So I'm gonna stay the bond at the 1,000 and the 100.
Your Honor. Is there any way we can qualify him for pretrial release?
Well, you had the opportunity to be interviewed, and I'm not been the one to be, and I don't do the interviews. So I will put or pretrial release, so if they decide that they wanna come and interview you again, you better give them the information that they need.
I have an address. I mean,
Okay.
they asked me for an address, but I don't have a specific address is what I told her in the pretrial.
Okay, so what's at Huntington Field Court?
That's the last address that was on my ID. I guess so.
Okay,
That's the
so-
address.
Where are you living?
That's the address on there on my ID. I don't have an
Right,
address.
but that's not where we need to know where you're living.
Where I sleep.
Yeah, where do you get your mail? Do you get your mail anywhere?
I don't get mail.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like she didn't want to understand
So
that.
it says, I mean, he doesn't need an address to be qualified, so it just says he elected not to give any address information, but I guess he doesn't have an address.
I would give an address if I had a specific one, but I mean,
Okay, hold on, sir.
He just has to contact the supervising officer.
Okay, so
Any changes, he'll just let her
we'll do bond or pretrial release, then you can get qualified, okay?
And Your Honor, if we could check if he has a general delivery so that he can get court notices or,
Where do you, I
Or
mean, he said
a
he didn't
phone
get
to
his
call.
mail anywhere, so I don't know. How are you gonna get your mail?
mail. You can't drop it at the mail like the mail station.
I don't know. Do
Like
you have a
Martin-
place where you get your mail? That's what I'm asking you. I don't know where you get your mail, so.
They at the post office.
Mr. Absol, where do you sleep?
A house. I don't
house,
have a
but
specific, like I'm trying to say I don't have a specific address. I would give out my girlfriend's address, but I don't think that her peoples would allow that because I'm not stamped at that place. I don't pay no rent, so I can't like have
Okay, well, you're
mailing.
gonna have to be able to give somebody some place that you can get your address for the clerk, so when they send you notice. So the public defender, I'm gonna order that you get in touch with them within 24 hours of your release, so that they can get in touch with you to tell you when you'll need to show up to court, because I don't know if you're gonna ever figure out when you're gonna need to go to court, okay? So, I'm gonna order the bond or pretrial release if you qualify, so they may come talk to you again to see if they can qualify you for pretrial release.
I have a question. You think you could you think I could if I pay half of the bond? You think it would make a difference if I pay like 500?
I can't give you any legal advice, so you'll need to call the number on that piece of paper. Or they'll qualify you for pretrial release. All right, please tell me your name.
Michael Baker.
All right, Mr. Baker, you're here in 2020 CF 8734AO. You're arrested for possession of MDMA and resisting an officer without violence. If you find probable cause, I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at 1,100. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, next on the list is Bender Hospital.
Okay, we'll reset within 24 hours of release from the hospital.
Next is Blackman Medical.
Medical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Blackman is medical. He's not coming today. These are all add-ons, I believe. And so I'm gonna appoint the public defender in all of the cases. 2020 CF 8780AO. It's a burglary of an occupied structure and grand theft third degree. And I forgot, Mr. Matos, did you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I find probable cause for those offenses. No return to the scene, no contact with any victims or witnesses. And the bond will stay at the 5,150 in 2020 CF 8777AO. It's a burglary of an occupied structure, grand theft third degree, and I find probable cause. Same conditions, no return, no contact with any victims or witnesses. And the bonds will stay at 5,150. 2020 CF 8778AO. It's a burg structure and petty theft, 2 priors, and criminal mischief. And I do find probable cause. Same conditions, no return, and no contact with victims or witnesses. And the bond will stay at 5,150 and 150. And 2020 CF 8779AO. It's a burg structure, petty theft, 2 priors, and criminal mischief, and I find probable cause. And same conditions, no return, no contact with any victims or witnesses. And I'll stay the bond at 3,500, 150, and 100. Are we putting that the PD is waiving?
I am.
Oh,
I just
okay.
couldn't write it all.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just
Understand,
wanted to
but
make
yeah,
sure.
I will.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just know that you usually do. so.
Yeah, I just couldn't write it off just then, but, yeah, I will.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name, please.
Good day, Your Honor. I'm Leandre Brown.
All right, Mr. Brown, you're here in 2020 CF 7557. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was previously found for burglary of an occupied dwelling, petty theft, and criminal mischief. And I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in your case. Judge Shoemaker really set this bond pretty high. He set the bond at $50,000 on count one. And I'm looking at your criminal history. I'm not sure if the $50,000 bond is appropriate.
Your Honor, if I were to venture a guess, it would have to do with the 2017 Texas.
The judges don't have access to criminal history when they sign a warrant.
Oh.
Yeah, we get
I
them
wasn't aware.
electronically and we don't ever know what any criminal history is.
I didn't know if they also received
No, we do
the
not.
rap sheet to
No.
view? Okay.
We do not.
Okay.
So-
Then I take that back.
Yeah. Unless he has some secret power. And so I'm gonna order that you're not to return back to the victim's residence that's listed in the arrest warrant and no contact with the victim. Mr. Brown, do you work? I don't really have much information about you. Where do you work? You're
Yes,
working.
ma'am. I work at a restaurant called Maxine's on Shine. I'd been
Oh,
laid
okay.
off due to the COVID.
Yeah. Oh, so you haven't been working or you are working?
I haven't been working. I'm scheduled to return, as of July 1st, but I ran into some trouble and I recently got back from Orlando from extradition. So with me being incarcerated, I haven't been able to work, but upon my release, my boss will grant me employment again.
Okay, and how you get to court?
I'm sorry?
How will you get to court?
I have transportation.
Okay, and what was what kind of trouble? Was it the Texas stuff?
No, ma'am. I was in Oklahoma traveling to see a family member. My grandmother was on her deathbed, and I got pulled over for speeding. And then I was captured in Oklahoma and then expedited back here.
Okay, all right, I get it. Okay, so I'm gonna just do the standard bond at the $5,000. So I'm reducing it from $50,000 to $5,000. All right, Mr. Brown, and the remaining bonds will stay at $100,000. So if you can't make that bond, have your attorney file a motion to reduce the bond. But I'm gonna reduce it from the $50,000 to the $5,000. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
All right. All right, please tell me your name.
Eric Caldwell.
All right, Mr. Caldwell, you're here in 2020 CF 8786 AO. It's a grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. So no contact with any victims or witnesses. I'm gonna stay the bond at the $1,000. You're out on release for 2020 CF 5504 AO. I am gonna revoke the release and set that at none at this time. You do have an attorney in that case. I believe it's the public defender. So they're gonna have to file a motion to set bond for you in that case. Okay?
All right.
All right, tell me your name.
Blake Coleman.
All right, Mr. Coleman, you're here in 2020 CF 8737 AO. You're charged with possession of MDMA, possession of ethyl chlorovinyl, and then possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. And the The specific drug name that's listed on the affidavit is the tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the THC. So that may be I don't know why they put it the other way, because you could charge possession of tetrahydrocannabinols, but they did list the drug name to the right of the charge. So there is probable cause for all of those offenses. And I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm gonna stay the bond at $1,150, and I'm gonna ROR on count 3. And I'm not taking any action on the out on release case. Mr. Coleman, does he have the PD on that case? Can we appoint them today, or? Oh,
We
you
can
already figured it out?
appoint.
Okay. So I don't know if you have the PD, but we'll appoint them to represent you in that case. I don't know what's going on with that case, but I can tell you, Mr. Coleman, if you come back and you have 3 cases, it may not be a very good day for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good luck. So, Mr. Matos, I appointed the PD in 20 CF 6105. If you already haven't been appointed, I'm not sure, but we'll
No,
see.
you wasn't. You don't have a PD in that case.
Okay, so now he has an attorney. Okay. All right. Tell me your name.
Jeremiah Crowley.
All right, Mr. Crosby, you're here 2020 CF 8806 AO. You're arrested for attempted burglary of a structure, and I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. And the bond will stay at the $1,000. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, Fernandez is medical.
Oh, medical?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, he's
All right.
hospital, Your Honor.
Oh, he's hospital?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reset within 24 hours of release from the hospital. Thank you. All right, tell me your name.
Diamante Fonseca.
All right, Mr. Fonseca. Do we have a no contact domestic violence order that he can sign for this case, or both cases actually? Appears to be domestic related. So I just
There-
want to make sure we can get him.
I'm not sure if they have no contact orders.
Do you all have any no contact
Blank
orders over
ones.
there? We could just write his name and then we can write case numbers over here.
Yes.
Okay, there should be,
You want 2?
huh?
You want
There's
2?
2 cases, yeah. All right, Mr. Fonseca, you're here in 2020 CF 8514AO. In that case, you are arrested pursuant to a warrant for aggravated stalking after an injunction and then criminal mischief. And I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. You've also got 2020 CF 6691, and that's also a warrant, and probable cause was found for aggravated stalking and a violation of a domestic injunction. And, excuse me, I'm gonna appoint the public defender in that case. So I am gonna order in both cases that you're not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly. There's an injunction that is in place currently. And so I'm gonna order you to abide by that in both cases. It's 2019 DR 9724-0. And so in both cases, you're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Again, no contact directly or indirectly with any victim. And no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. Did you understand everything on the no contact orders?
Yes.
Okay. On the 8514 case, count 1 will be $10,000. Count 2 will stay at the $500. In 2020 CF 6691, count 1 is also $10,000. Count 2 will be $500. You're also out on release. 2019 CF 12020AO. You do have an attorney in that case. I am revoking the release and setting the bond at none in that case. So the public defender will have to file a motion to set bond for you in that matter.
So I have no bond.
Well, you have no bond in the case that you were out on bond in. I revoked that bond. The other cases you have bond in.
Can I please get a bond? You could.
I'm revoking the release. I've already done that. So in order for you to get a bond, you'll have to call the public defender's office and they will file a motion to set bond for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Take that too.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Joshua Granger.
All right, Mr. Granger, you're here in 2019, excuse me, CF 17005. You were arrested for a warrant which probable cause was found for attempted burglary of a conveyance. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. So no contact with any victim or witness, no return back to the West Oaks Mall at 9409 West Colonial Drive. And the bond will stay at $1,500. I'm not going to take any action on the out on release case. I don't know if I even could based on the date. So just make sure you keep in touch with your attorneys, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Don't miss any court dates. Don't get arrested for anything. Stay out of trouble.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I took no action. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Trevor Harper.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, it's hard to hear sometimes.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like the bondsman came off your bond. So he needs to be IA'd, correct? Okay. So the bondsman did come off your bond. You were previously arrested back in June.
Yes.
On June 14th in 2020 CF 7351AO. And so there's probable cause for those offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You know, no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred.
So,
That
can I-
residence on Magnolia Street, no contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. And I think, what were the bonds? The 5,000 and the 500? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so those bonds will stay set. So you'll have to contact a bondsman again to get back on the bond, okay?
Thank you, dear.
Okay. Did you call me dear?
Your Honor, next on the list is Hutchison. He bonded.
Okay, he bonded. Okay. All right, please tell me your name.
Johnson?
All right, Mr. Johnson, Gerald?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson, you're here in 2020 CF 8761AO. You were arrested for burglary of an occupied conveyance. And I do find probable cause for that offense. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. All right, I am gonna stay the bond at the 3,500. All right, thank you, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes? I don't, before you say anything, I need to let you know that whatever you say can be used against you, so you're being recorded. So if you have any defenses or you want to talk about what happened or what didn't happen, now's not the time to do that. But if you want to ask me a question about the process that we're doing right now, then I'm happy to answer that question, but I just need to advise you of those things.
I was just wondering what are the chances of ROR?
I'm sorry?
What are the chances for ROR?
ROR? Well, Mr. Johnson, you've got 4 failures to appear. You have 29 unknown convictions. You've been to the Department of Corrections 8 times. You have 8 felony convictions, 13 misdemeanors. Your last conviction was 2013, but looks like you were released from DOC 2012. Mr. Matos, do you want to take some testimony about the bond?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
want to raise your right hand, Mr. Johnson? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Matos is the public defender over here. He's going to ask you some questions, okay?
Mr. Johnson, it says here that your last failure to appear was in 2013. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been, are you still employed with Oasis Pool and Spa?
Yes, I am.
And you've been in that employment for 2 years, correct?
I'm sorry, it says previous employment.
Oh, that's his previous, but I just asked him if he was still employed, and he said yes.
I am. I'm back with them.
Okay, well, the questions that they asked him, he said he was unemployed. So that's why I'm clarifying that.
Oh. May I continue, Your Honor? And where do you live, Mr. Johnson?
946 Drew Avenue.
And Mr. Johnson, do you have anybody that would be able to help you with his bond? Family members?
At this time, no.
Your Honor, he's still working here. He has an address here in Orlando. He's been working there for 2 years, continuing employment right now. Miss, how would you be even able to afford this bond, Mr. Johnson?
If I get out and work, I will.
As you can, when he gets out and work, Your Honor, that means he has enough community ties, and I would request ROR or the lowest bond possible.
All right, Ms. Bush, do you have questions for Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, when did you resume employment with Oasis Pool and Spa?
That would be a couple of
I'm
months.
sorry?
About 3-4 months ago.
About 3 or 4 months ago.
Yes.
And how long were you unemployed from the time that you were previously employed to 3 or 4 months ago? How long was that between?
The thing about the unemployed, I was going off and on with them, so it wasn't really like I was just unemployed, When they were able to take me out, they was taking me out then.
Okay, then when did you first begin working for Oasis?
That was a couple of years ago. I knew
I'm
the
sorry?
guy. A couple of years ago, I was, like I say, it was like a temp service at first with them.
Okay, and how much do you get paid weekly, monthly,
Weekly.
by the job?
I was getting paid weekly,
And how much do you get paid weekly?
up to $300 a week.
You get $300 a week?
Yes.
where do you rent or do you own? Do you live with family?
No, I was renting
You rent?
a room.
Okay.
Like rent a room.
And what is your monthly rent?
It was $125 a week.
It's $125 a week? And which name do you use at your job, Oasis Pool and Spa?
I used Gerald Johnson.
Gerald Johnson? Okay. And who is it that where is it that you live?
946 Drew Avenue.
46 what?
946
946.
Drew Avenue.
I'm still not hearing that last part. Did you hear that, Mr.
Drew
Huh?
Avenue, D-R-E-W.
Okay, Drew Avenue, okay. And how long have you lived there?
It was some years.
Okay, when you say some years, how long have you lived there?
It was my parents' home, but now my sister and them have it, and so I rent the room from them.
Okay, so you rent from your sister?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right, Mr. Matos, did you already make your argument? I think
My
you-
my argument was just based on his income and how much he's working since sporadically. Mr. Johnson, is this due to COVID that your time change has actually, your work has become a little sporadic?
Yes.
So with the COVID and the sporadic job, Your Honor, I don't believe he can afford this bond, and he hasn't failed to appear since 2013. He's actually, by the looks of it here, it doesn't look like he's even been in trouble since 2013. It looks like he's got his stuff together. He's been working in the same job for about 2 years, even though it's on and off. I just would ask that you release him on his own recognizance or the lowest bond possible.
All right, Mr. Johnson, do you have any money saved in a checking or savings account?
I'm waiting on my, what it is, income tax check to come in now, so,
Oh, you have a refund check from the government?
yes, coming in.
How much is that?
Exactly, my sister had did it for me, so she hadn't told me the dollar amount. I hadn't had a chance to talk to her, so I'm waiting on that to come.
Okay, and besides that, you have no money in a checking or savings account?
No, not right now.
Do you have any cash that was taken into property?
Ma'am?
Do you have any cash that was taken into property when you were arrested?
No, ma'am. My sister, everything I have, my sister and them is handling it.
Okay, and you live with your sister?
I'm renting the room from.
Have you asked any of your family if they're going to be able to help you post a bond?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't want, I know I got the income tax check coming in, so that's what I was looking forward
Right.
to. Yes.
But you're telling me that you haven't reached out to anyone in the family that you live with to help you post a bond?
Can't get in contact with them, trying to do this phone. I don't. So.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna set the bond at $1,000. Mr. Johnson, if you can't make that bond, you're gonna have to have the attorneys file a bond motion for you, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Karczewski behavior, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna find her behavior to be a waiver and appoint the public defender in 2020 CF 8774AO. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's charged with 2 counts of battery on emergency medical care provider. I find probable cause. no contact with any victim or witness, no return to the scene unless she is brought there for a medical reason, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And the bond on count 1 will be stayed at $1,500. Count 2, I'll ROR.
How you doing, Your Honor?
All right, hold on 1 second, sir. Good, how are you?
I'm fine.
All right, tell me your name.
Miss Alexander Lane.
All right, Mr. Lane, you're here in 2020 CF 8741AO. You were arrested for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer, grand theft, third degree, over 5,000 as a scheme, and no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. So no contact with any victim or witness, no return to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, and no driving without a valid driver's license. I'm going to place you on pretrial release, and it's going to be a 2 times a week reporting requirement. So you'll need to make sure that you comply with what they tell you to do, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll follow all of those conditions of release. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Christopher Mercedes.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
First name Christopher with a K and last name Mercedes.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. All right. Mr. Mercedes, you're here in 2020 CF 8811AO. You're arrested for fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer. The officer wrote with lights and sirens activated, and the statute that's in the affidavit is the 3161935 subsection 2, but the citation is 3161935 subsection 1. I believe it's an undercover car, so there's no insignia, so I believe the citation is the correct statute. So the correct statute should be 316.1935 subsection 1, which is what's written on the citation, not subsection 2. They're both F3s. It doesn't really change anything. It's just the charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm going to go by the citation, and even if it wasn't, that's what I would find probable cause for, because it's not, there was no insignia on the undercover car. And then also, count 2 is driving with license suspended, and I do find probable cause for those offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure that you comply with the pretrial release requirements as well as my order, okay?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So it should be what's on the citation. Put it in differently. All right, please tell me your name.
My name is Alexander Mikhailenko.
Okay, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name, sir, because I'll probably mess it up.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You're here in 2020 CF 7365AO, and you were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for possession of fentanyl. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in that case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And that bond will stay at the $1,500.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
They did also file an on-view violation of probation, okay? So you're on probation in Seminole County, and because of the new law arrest, I do find probable cause for the violation of probation out of Seminole County. When were you placed? Supervision began on March 5th, 2020. So this was in May of 2020, so just after the probation started. And it's for petty theft. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender on the VOP out of Seminole County. He's not a violent felony offender of special concern. I am gonna give you a bond on the violation of probation. So listen to me carefully. That doesn't mean that your probation officer won't get a warrant, okay, for Seminole County and have you arrested on the violation of probation warrant, okay? Or have it served to you before you even bond out. I don't know, okay? I can't tell you what will happen. But it's important that you are honest with your probation officer
Always, yes.
when you report and you let them know, because honesty is always the best policy when it comes to that kind of stuff, as I'm sure you know. So I'm gonna set your bond on the violation of probation at $1,500 as well. So you do have bonds on both the cases. I did appoint the public defender. Do you think you're gonna be able to bond out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So like I said, make sure you get in touch with the public defender here on your cases and then talk to your probation officer, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Rudolph Narvez.
All right, Mr. Narvez, you're here in 2020 CF 8808. You're arrested for aggravated battery, and I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the
Your
public
Honor.
defender.
On the aggravated battery for the probable cause, there was no weapons, there was no injury, there was no permanent injury, and there's actually no injury at all according to the Leo. So wouldn't this be a regular battery?
It says it prevented him from breathing, which is the aggravated battery.
By strangulation.
Yeah.
I mean, the one we have.
Aggravator is the strangulation.
If you look up
impeding
the statute.
airway.
Yeah, I'm looking at the statute right now.
Okay, so you're
But-
looking at 784.045.
045, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And we have intentionally knowingly causing great.
I can't hear what you're saying, Mr. Matos. You're gonna have to speak a little bit more.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It says intentionally or knowingly causing great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. He was choked, and he did say that he couldn't breathe, but there was nothing permanent done. There was no great bodily harm
I
done,
think it's an alternative statute.
It is.
or knowing causing. Your Honor, even if it says intentionally, but there was no permanent or great bodily harm
You
done.
don't need that for the aggravated battery.
Your Honor,
It's the
I'm just reading the
It's
statute.
the
by-
strangulation part that is the,
I don't see strangulation this specific statute, Your Honor.
have you looked at the definition of great bodily harm?
Just give me 1 second, Your Honor.
My Westlaw is a little slow, so I'm gonna slow up the statute.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I guess the 784.045 doesn't charge it in the alternative. It's the 784.041, which is the felony battery, domestic battery by strangulation, which defines the great bodily harm. So it's the lesser included offense. So it would be PC for 784.041.
What was that charge?
Felony battery. So there's probable cause for the lesser included of felony battery. Although one could say causing the airways to be restricted is the risk of great bodily harm. And I think that that is in case law. I'm pretty sure. I know that it's in case law. I just don't have a case site, but I'll find the lesser included offense of 784.041 for felony battery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm having an issue bringing Westlaw up because I know
my
there's
Westlaw's
case
been
law.
slow all day. So it's from an F2 to an F3. State can charge whatever they decide they want to charge if they're going to charge it. No contact with any victim or witness. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're to take all medication as prescribed by your doctor, and no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm not going to do a no return to scene. It's your parents' home, so unless they've told you that you can't go back there, you can go back to your parents' house, okay? Just stay away from the victim in the case. No contact, okay? And I'll set the bond at $2,500.
What? I don't have no way to pay for that. The bond.
I can't hear what anyone's saying. All right, please tell me your name.
Jesse Pugh.
All right, Mr. Pugh, you're here in 2020 CF 8739AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, armed burglary, battery, and resisting a merchant. And I find probable cause for all of those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. Ms. Bush, did you wish to be heard as to count 2 as to bond?
No, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe it's a PBL.
And, Your Honor, the state would ask that the court take into consideration the facts that are contained within the sworn affidavit. In those facts, there are witnesses and victims that identified the defendant as the individual that did commit the act at 7-Eleven, that did follow a victim into an employee's only area, did pick up a knife, did threaten the victim with the knife. The state would ask the court to find that proof is evident or presumption is great that Mr. Pugh is the individual that did commit this crime, and as to that count, the state would ask the court to hold Mr. Pugh at no bond. He is entitled to bond, and the state would recommend to the court that the bonds in counts 1, 3, and 4 be stayed. And he does have out on bond and release cases. The state would bring to the court's notice that the majority of his other cases are nonviolent crimes.
Okay. Mr. Matos?
Your Honor, I would like to reserve, but I do have one specific issue. Mr. Jesse says he pushes out the law clerk, but then he leaves the stores. Then he comes back in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jesse pushes the law clerk, and then he leaves the store. after he leaves the store, he comes back in before he grabs on the knife. I would argue that there's a break of the chain of causation between the burglary of the store, and he leaves and comes back in before grabbing the knife. So I would say there was a burglary. I wouldn't say there was an attempt. There was an armed burglary until he came back into the store and then became a battery and assault. It's halfway through the paragraph, Your Honor. It says Jesse pushed Lunder and attempted to swing at him with the juice still in hand. Then Lunder stated that while Jesse was leaving the store, he was still swinging his arm and lost his balance and drops the juice. Jesse walked back into the store and a verbal altercation began between Jesse and Ludner. Ludner stated that while he was walking to the beverage, Jesse jumped on his back. Lunder was able to walk away and started walking towards the back of the room where only employees are allowed. Jesse followed, and Jesse walked behind the front counter where only employees are allowed to be. Jesse grabbed the metal knife. So there's a break between the burglary when he goes outside of the store, comes back in, and then becomes an assault.
A burglary, the definition of a burglary is the intent to commit a crime therein.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just saying
So the
that
intent to commit the crime is to then grab the knife and then threaten the victim.
Your Honor, what I'm saying is after the
The
burglary.
theft is completely different.
I understand that.
Okay,
I'm
I just wasn't sure if that's what you were arguing, that
No,
the
no,
theft had already occurred.
No, I'm just saying the burglary was the armed burglary is what I was arguing.
But it says that he went behind the counter where he's not supposed to go
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
grabbed a knife and then threatened
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
victim.
I see,
So
I
how
see.
is that not a burglary
I'm
and
just
a battery
that was my
and
mistake.
an
I'm just
assault?
continuing from the first theft. That's my mistake, Your Honor.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understood your argument.
Yes.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Now.
Okay, all right, so I do find probable cause for those offenses. And I do find proof evident presumption great as to count 2. I am going to hold Mr. Pugh at no bond on count 2. Count 1 is $2,500, count 3 is $500, count 4 I'll reduce to the $100. No return back to the 3974 South Orange Blossom Trail. I believe that is the 7-Eleven. No contact with any victim or witness, and no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. I am going to revoke the release in 2020 MM 4971 AO and 2020 MM 5091 AO and set those bonds at none. And so, Mr. Pugh, your attorneys, you do have the public defender. They're going to have to file a bond motion for you in those cases. Okay? As well as the other case to get a bond on the armed burglary.
Hello, Your Honor.
All right, please tell me your name.
Rodriguez.
All right, Ms. Rodriguez, you're here in 2020 CF 8810 AO. You're arrested for burglary of a structure, criminal mischief over 1,000, grand theft 3rd degree, and aggravated assault. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So no contact with any victim or witness, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Looks like it may be a roommate or you live together, so I'm going to order that you maintain separate residences. So if you need to return back and the victim is present, you'll need to go with law enforcement to get any personal belongings that you need.
Your Honor, can I talk?
So, Ms. Rodriguez, if you have a defense or you want to talk about what may have happened or what didn't happen, I'm
Okay.
not saying that you're guilty of anything, okay? It's probable cause.
It's my
If you-
apartment, man. It's my apartment. I live there with my two kids.
I understand,
I
but
hope
I'm
that
wondering
he's
if,
moving in.
okay. If you start talking about the facts of the case, it's not going to help you. So you need to call the public defender if you have a legal question. The person is renting the home or renting an apartment, so she legally lives there. So I can't kick her out of the home and I can't kick you out. So that's why I order that you maintain a separate residence, okay? So I'll let you go back there if she's there with law enforcement to get your things. I'm not taking any action on the out on release case, but I'll set the bonds at the count one, I'll set that at $1,000. Count two, 150. Count three, 150, and count four, 150.
I was a good Samaritan. Good Samaritan. My own place.
I can't hear what she's saying.
Your Honor, San Diego is medical.
Okay. I'm gonna up, medical?
Yes.
Okay. 2020 CF 88018. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, there's probable cause for scheme to defraud and less than 20,000, grand theft third degree, and possession of a prescription drug without a prescription. And, no return back to 8200 Violent Avenue, the Nike store, no contact with victims or witnesses, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And he was trespassed, so he's to abide by the trespass warning. And I'll stay the bonds or pretrial release if he qualifies, if he's able to get qualified, I don't know, but if that's an option for him, I won't have any objection to ordering that. All right, please tell me your name. Oh, never been.
Edward Starcher.
All right, Mr. Starcher, you're here in 2020 CF 8607. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for sale and delivery of cocaine. And I'm going to appoint the public defender, so no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no contact with any witnesses.
Ma'am, is it possible that there's a mistaken identity on this? Because I've never
I
even
don't
had.
know, but today is not the day to argue that. So if you have a defense, then you'll need to contact the public defender's office, and they'll talk to you a little bit more about your defense.
Is it possible
So this
for me
is
to
a
get a copy?
warrant this is back in January of 2020, so the beginning of the year, okay?
Okay.
So, there's no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Again, no contact with any witnesses. I'm gonna stay the bond at the $10,000. I'm not revoking your release. You need to make sure you have a court date coming up.
Is there any way you get a bond reduction at all? 10,000 is too high for me.
Okay, well, your attorney can take some testimony. Raise your right hand to be sworn in.
I think we may have lost audio, Your Honor. Still nothing.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're good. Thanks, Darren. Okay. Okay. All right, thanks. All right, sir, Mr. Starcher, raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Matos, do you want to inquire of Mr. Starcher?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Starcher, I don't have any input. Do you work right now?
Yes.
Where, Mr. Starcher?
Florida Van Rentals off of Orange Avenue.
And how long have you been working there?
Since February, when I completed a residential 60-day program, residential rehab through Aspire.
And how long have you been living here in Orlando?
My whole life.
So you have your family here as well, right?
Yeah, my daughter lives in Deltona.
And do you have anybody else that'll be able to bond you out?
Not that would bond me out. Not. I mean, my friend might be able to do it if it was a little bit less money. But I mean, my boss might possibly do it. But $10,000 is a lot of money.
So you don't know if anybody could bond you out, is what you're saying?
Right.
And do you have any money in your bank account? Do you have any money saved up?
I just paid rent, so I'm pretty much quite clean. I get paid every 2 weeks. I've been just trying to get on my feet.
And how much money do you usually make every 2 weeks?
It's been varying because my hours have been kind of on and off depending on the business, because it's been slow. It's a rental car agency because of the COVID, so anywhere between, like, my last paycheck was $300. The one before that was like $900, so it fluctuates quite a bit.
Your Honor, my client he only has his daughter who's in Daytona. He doesn't have any money in his bank account. He makes about $300 to $500 a week. The offense was a victimless crime of the sale of cocaine, and taking it all into consideration, the $10,000 we would ask for you to lower the $10,000 bond to something more reasonable.
Well, I don't know what reasonable is because you haven't given me any information as to what he can pay. He said he could pay, or his boss could bond him out, or his daughter could bond him out if it was lower, or a friend could bond him out.
Well, Your Honor, he said that he doesn't know if any of them could bond him out when I asked him, and then on top of that, he said he just paid rent, so he's pretty much cleaned up out of money, so he doesn't have any money on him.
Okay, well, he's lucky that I'm not revoking the bond on the other case, too. So,
Yes, sir.
do you want to ask him any additional questions that may further clarify some of the information that you've gotten from him? Because at this point, the information is that he hasn't contacted anybody. He doesn't know if anybody can bond him out.
Yes, Your Honor. Let's just re-ask those questions, make sure we get better answers. Mr. Starcher.
Yes.
Would your daughter or anybody have the money to pay a $10,000 bond?
To $10,000, I don't think so. I mean, if you could do $2,000, I could probably do something with that.
So you don't how much money do you have saved up right now on you that you'd be able to pay for bond?
I don't have any money saved up right now. I'm pretty much living paycheck to paycheck, and the COVID stuff has knocked our business way down. So I'm not working. Every week I don't work full time. Some weeks they cut my hours back, so I've been working less. If I was working full time, I'd be bringing home like $2,000 every 2 weeks. But I haven't been working that much.
So your last two paycheck was $300 and $500. Up to this point, what we know from my client is that he has a daughter. He says that he can work with maybe $2,000 in bond. He has no money saved up, even though he started working, and that he makes about right now, because of COVID reasons, from $300 to $500 in the last month. So $800 in total. We would ask that the bond be reduced to the $2,000 that he can afford, so he can get out.
Mr. Starcher, are you aware of how bond works?
Yes. Yeah, you pay 10%, I believe.
Okay. So you're saying you could afford $200?
Yes, I believe I could get that.
Okay. Ms. Bush, do you have any questions for Mr. Starcher?
Yes, just a few to clarify. Mr. Starcher, you said that you have a daughter that lives, I believe you said in Volusia?
Yes.
And does she work?
Well, she's freshly, I mean, she's like 18 years old, so I mean, she doesn't make much money.
Okay. Okay, so she's a young daughter.
Yes.
And you said also that there are friends and possibly your boss that could help you with your bond. Have you reached out to them at all?
My friend actually called when I was getting booked on my cell phone, and the officer let me speak to him quickly, and he said that he was gonna try to get me bonded out, but I don't think he realized that my bond was $10,000, because I know he's not making much money either. So.
And during the COVID, did you apply for the unemployment, or did you get a federal stimulus check?
I did get the stimulus, but I didn't put in for the unemployment because I wasn't aware that you could do it for a partial unemployment where, you know, if you're not working, because I was working, I didn't know you could do it for partial.
Okay, so, but at this point, you haven't, other than talking to your friend and your friend saying that he was going to look into helping you bond out, you haven't specifically talked about bond to find out whether or not you could come up with the 10% of the $10,000. Is that correct?
Well, I know for a fact that I wouldn't. I know for a fact they wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. $1,000 is a lot to us right now.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Starcher, based on your testimony, and you should be thinking about whether or not when you do post your bond, you have to understand that if you come back and you have 2 cases that you're out on release on, I mean, I could have revoked your release. You'd be sitting in there with no bond.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So I'm going to reduce the bond to $5,000. I'm cutting that in half because I'm really not sure about who's going to be paying your bond and what they can afford. So if you can't afford that, you can file a bond motion. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I think I said no contact with any witnesses in the case. Make sure you don't miss any court dates. You have a court date coming up on the 30th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, next on the list is Tolbert Medical.
Medical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender 2020 CF 8796 for Angela Tolbert. And Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's aggravated assault and battery on a person 65 years of age or older. And I do find probable cause. No contact with any victim in the case, no drugs or alcohol, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. The bond will stay at $1,500 and $150. I'm not taking any action on the out on release case.
Put your hand.
All right, tell me your name, sir.
Pedro Juan Villegas Lopez.
All right, Mr. Villegas Lopez, you're here in 2020 CF 8809 AO. It's possession of heroin and possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. You may not drive without a valid driver's license. And I'm going to stay the bond at $1,000 and $150. I'm not going to revoke the release in your out on release case, but I can tell you, Mr. Vegas Lopez, if I see you again or you come back, chances are you're not going to have any bonds. Okay? tell me your name, please.
Darnell White.
All right, Mr. White, you're here in 2020 CF 8804AO. It's trafficking in oxycodone over 4 grams, under 14 grams, and possession of oxycodone. And I do find probable cause, excuse me, for those offenses. And I'll appoint the public defender. You've also got 2020 CT 4475AO. It's a driving while license suspended. And I do find probable cause for that offense as well. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm gonna place you on pretrial release. You're gonna have to report twice a week with random urinalysis. So make sure you comply with any of their requirements in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck. Excuse me.
You're on the next on the list. Maurice Williams, mental health.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna appoint the public defender, 2020 CF 879780. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and possession of cocaine. I don't know if I missed it, but I didn't see where it said that he was a convicted felon, but I might have missed that part.
And Your Honor, the state does
I just
not-
didn't see it in there, but,
The state does not see it.
okay. So, possession of a weapon isn't a charge. So, it's not, there's no lesser included. So, I don't find probable cause for count 1 based on what's in the affidavit, and I've read it a couple times. And Ms. Bush, are you asking for any additional time, or do you want me to just treat count 2 as the as the primary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, I'm gonna ROR on count 1 because I find no probable cause for that. Count 2, there's probable cause, and count 3, there's probable cause. So, count 2 will be 3,500. Count 3 is 150. So no contact with any victims or witnesses, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons, no firearms, no ammunition, and no return back to the BP gas station at the 6250 West Colonial Drive. And I am revoking the release in 2020 CF 7095AO. And he does have the PD in that case.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Pierre Henderson.
All right, Mr. Henderson, you're here on a violation of probation warrant in 2019 CF 4630AO. And the judge in your case did set your bond at none. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. You're gonna see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment, but the public defender can also file a motion to set bond for you as well. So call the number on that form, but you should see Judge Whitehead in a couple days regardless, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. All right, tell me your name.
Jeffrey Smiley.
All right, Mr. Smiley, you're here in 2016 CF 610180. It's a violation of probation warrant, and the judge did set your bond at none in that case. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for an arraignment on the violation of probation. And then you've also got 2020 MM 5294AO. It's a petty theft. And I'm not going to try to resolve that today because you're on probation. So I'm going to order that you're not to return back to Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street. No contact with any victims or witnesses. And the bond will stay at the $250 in that matter. Okay? All right, tell me your name.
Karan Uter.
All right, Mr. Uter, you're here in 2018 CF 14800AO. It's an on-view violation of probation for some arrests that occurred on July 20th, 2020. And I do find probable cause for that. And the VOP on view in 18 CF 13928AO. And in 2019 CF 1836AO. So there's PC for all of those violations of probation. I'm going to appoint the public defender in all of those cases for you. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment. In the meantime, I don't know if you wouldn't be entitled to a bond anyway, but you can handle everything with Judge Whitehead, okay, in a couple days and ask him whatever you need to know, okay?
All right.
You're on the next on the list, O'Horo Michael, mental health.
Okay, that's an out-of-county warrant, out of Seminole, and I'm gonna appoint the public defender here. And Mr. Matos, do you wanna waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's no bond. Judge Carter will reach out to the judge in Seminole County, see if he will be getting a bond. If not, the PD's office can file a motion to set bond. Downtown. All right, tell me your name.
Hud Thompson.
All right, Mr. Thompson, this is a Seminole County case. It's an out-of-county warrant, and the judge in your case did set your bond at none. And so one of the judges here is going to reach out to, looks like Judge Nelson, and see if she'll give you a bond. And so if she agrees to give you a bond, you'll come back on the docket in a couple of days. We'll let you know. If not, the public defender's office will file a bond motion for you here. Okay?
Okay. Also,
Okay. You'll come back in a couple
can I ask
days. You'll come back in a couple days for a status hearing. Okay?
okay.
You can contact the public defender as well and ask them to file a motion for you.
Okay. So, my question, will I be transported to Seminole?
They're not transporting people right now. That's why I'm appointing the public defender here, and we're gonna contact Seminole for you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
DJ Turner.
All right, Mr. Turner, you were arrested on an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole, and the bond is set at none at this time. And so I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. One of the judges here will reach out to the judge in Seminole County to see if they will give you a bond. It looks like Judge Rex Seidler. So we should hear back in a couple days, and you'll come back for a status hearing. And in the meantime, the PD can also file a bond motion for you here. Okay?
Your Honor, this case when the sheriff had picked me up, they were saying it was from 2014, right?
I don't know. I'm not a Seminole County judge, and I don't have I don't have any information about the case. So you're gonna have to contact the public defender, and they can look everything up for you.
So you saying that you don't have nothing on the case?
All I have is that you were picked up on a warrant and your bond is set at none, and I believe it's a human trafficking case.
Yes, that's what they said. But at the time when they saying that this incident was occurred, I was already incarcerated. So it's no way possible.
I don't know when it occurred, sir. I don't have any of that information, and I'm not a Seminole County judge, and I don't work in Seminole County. So you're gonna have to contact the public defender here. They can get you any information that you need. And we're gonna contact Judge Rexidler and see if she'll agree to give you a bond. If not, the public defender here can file a bond motion for you here in Orange County. I have no jurisdiction to change anything for you today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that it?
That's it.
That's it. That's it, okay. We're done for the day, and I will see y'all Friday. Bye, everybody.
Okay.
Huh?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, I'm holding an information, which is the formal charging document. It looks like this piece of paper right here, and that's in case 2020 CF249. It has two allegations. One is possession of cocaine, and the second is possession of drug paraphernalia for something that's alleged to have happened on December 22nd, 2019. Mr. Abreu, is this one yours?
I'll take care of the office state judge.
Mr. Tagdiri. Mr. Tagdiri, is there an offer of resolution on this case?
There is an offer of resolution. The offer in this case is the drug diversion program level 2. The defendant would need to complete a 4-hour online substance abuse course. I believe the 4 hours of community service is waived at this time, and then pay a total of $304.76. And if he completes that, the charges would be dismissed.
All right, thanks.
Your Honor, he has actually been appointed to the Public Defender's Office as I'm looking on Benchmark right now. If I could have a moment to discuss that with him,
Okay.
I will step out and do so.
All right. Mr. Sanchez Valdez, you have been appointed to the Office of the Public Defender. It appears that the state of Florida is offering you a diversion program, which gives you some tasks to complete. If you complete those tasks in a timely fashion, they would dismiss the charges against you. I would suspect that that may be an attractive offer to you this morning. Your attorney's going to give you a call and talk to you about it. We're going to skip over your case for right now, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Abreu, we have a separate hearing for Diaz. Mr. Tagdiri, is that one yours, or is that Mr. Abreu's case?
Your Honor, is it Noel Diaz?
Oh, maybe Miss Adams.
Oh.
I have a Noel Diaz.
Your Honor, the state on that is Miss Honeymeyer.
What's that?
Miss Marilyn Honeymeyer is the state on this one.
Okay.
I can cover as best I can unless you.
Morning, Mr. Diaz.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor.
I have this set for a sentencing this morning.
Your Honor, we were actually just gonna set it for a status just to make sure that he came back from state hospital. Judge Morgan had handled the last status. So he is back now. I would request a sentencing date, maybe 2 to 3 weeks out.
Okay. Why are we setting it so far out?
I do have a doctor's gonna evaluate him for mitigation. It's set to the mitigation evaluation is set for the 27th of July.
Sometimes you have any problem sitting in for your colleague?
Yeah, I don't have an issue setting it until after they've had that, so 2 to 3 weeks is fine, Judge. I don't want it to be too long, obviously, given the confidence issue, but.
Mr. Brady, I'm going to disconnect from this hearing. Let me check into the other hearing and see if we have the state. All right, I have Ms. Travis on this case.
She's co-counsel on this case, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Travis.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we have Mr. Diaz present at the podium at the jail facility. We also have Ms. Ortega here in court. Mr. Diaz was originally scheduled for a sentencing today. Mr. Ortega has requested that that be a status date. I understand that there's some additional work that you would like to do prior to sentencing, and the request is to set sentencing off for a couple weeks. Ms. Adams is sitting in for the Office of the State Attorney and does not object to that request. Any additional information?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and this sentencing will be in front of Judge Morgan, is that correct, or is it in front of?
Your Honor, this was a trial case, and Judge Tynan was the presiding judge on this one. I don't think that there's a requirement that Judge Tynan has to pronounce the sentence, so.
I think there probably is.
Yeah,
He does? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Unless
I'm
we
going to
have
need to
seconds.
coordinate with Judge Tynan
Okay.
on this one. So I'm going to give it a date just so we don't lose track of it. It's going to be Friday, August 7th. I will make a note to myself to contact Judge Tynan and find out what his schedule looks like. That date may change.
And is that in the morning, Your Honor?
I don't know. Yeah, let's put it at 8:45 for now. I suspect that date will change. And obviously, video appearance is fine. Anything further, either side?
No, Your Honor. Nothing further from defense, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Mr. Diaz. We're going to see you back on August 7th, if not before. That date may change. I think Judge Tynan needs to do your sentencing, so I got to coordinate with him and his schedule. You understand?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
See ya.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Mr. Travis.
Your Honor,
Yes.
with Mr. Sanchez Valdez, he does wish to accept the state's offer of the diversion. If you could release him ROR, he's going to come into the office tomorrow to sign the contract.
All right, thanks. Let's recall Mr. Sanchez Valdez. Morning again, Mr. Sanchez Valdez. We're going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter into this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanchez Valdez, you've had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Chrysler, a representative of the Office of the Public Defender, and she's explained to you the diversion program, correct?
Yes, she did.
All right, thanks. Based on your verbal acceptance of the diversion program, the court is going to release you on your own recognizance today. So I will enter that order this morning. It will take some time to process that paperwork, but you will be released today. Your obligation moving forward is to reach out to Ms. Chrysler tomorrow, make an appointment, come down. We need to get you signed up for the paperwork. If for whatever reason you fail to follow through with that or are unsuccessful with the diversion program, the state's going to notify the court and we'll reactivate your case for prosecution. But at this point, I'm going to abate your case. Did Ms. Chrysler talk to you about your speedy trial rights?
No, Your Honor, I did not. I missed.
It's been previously waived also, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
June 22nd.
Sounds like on June 22nd, your speedy trial rights were waived anyway. So that will give you enough time to complete the program. I'll find a waiver, 2020 CF 249, again, based on your willingness to participate in the program. And again, you'll be released on your own recognizance today. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, are we ready on Reyes Barrios?
Yes, Your Honor.
Interpreter on board.
Susan Malov on behalf of Mr. Reyes Barrios in case 19 CF 3563.
And Seth Hyman for Mr. Reyes Barrios on case 2020 91.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Can you hear us? Mr. Interpreter, can you hear us? I think that was me. Mr. Interpreter?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, Madam Interpreter. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you. Have you been sworn this morning?
No, I have not.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the test that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Yes, Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter.
Mr. Arroyo, we have Mr. Reyes Barrios on two cases. Those cases are 2019 CF 3563 and 2020 MM 910. Mr. Reyes Barrios is at the jail facility. You'll be doing interpreting over the intercom system.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'll begin by saying that I met with Mr. Reyes Barrios on Monday at the jail with the Spanish interpreter. We did review the violation of probation forms in both Spanish and English, which he's executed. I discussed with him at the time that the offer was to resolve both of his cases.
Excuse me, Your Honor. She needs to speak into the microphone.
Right. The jail facility is having difficulty hearing you, and also don't forget that we have an interpreter, so what you're saying is going to be interpreted.
I'll begin. On Monday, I met with Mr. Reyes Barrios at the jail, and he did complete an affidavit of violation admission form, or affidavit of violation probation admission form in both Spanish and English, with the understanding that he wanted to resolve both cases, and there was a global offer of credit for time served.
Thank you.
At this
Hold on
point,
just a sec.
Su señoría, el lunes yo me reuní con el inculpado en la cárcel con un intérprete y repasé con él todos los términos de la acusación de incumplimiento. Él revisó y estudió el formulario declaratorio por incumplimiento del régimen de libertad vigilada y firmó el documento que teníamos tanto en español como en inglés. La oferta que se le extendió para resolver ambos casos iba a ser una oferta global de tiempo cumplido.
the catch is that we did not sign a misdemeanor plea form. So if we could address that now.
El problema fue que nunca se firmó el formulario declaratorio para la falta, por lo tanto pedimos poder atender ese asunto ahora.
And Your Honor, I just today in court filled out a plea form. It's the felony form from the website of the Ninth Circuit. I signed it. State signed it. Mr. Reyes Barrios has not signed it, and it's in English. So I'm not sure if the court, how the court wants to proceed. If the court would like us to just add the misdemeanor counts to the signed VOP form and the misdemeanor case number, or if the court would like this form that's filled out completely and signed by.
Su señoría, Yo descargué de la página red del noveno circuito el formulario declaratorio para delitos graves y fue firmado tanto por mí como por el fiscal, pero no fue firmado por el señor Berrios. Y aparte, ese formulario está en inglés. Por lo tanto, no sé cómo desea proceder su señoría. No sé si su señoría desea que simplemente al formulario de incumplimiento de la libertad vigilada agreguemos el número de causa por la falta o si prefiere proceder con este formulario que se tiene que firmar por parte de él.
Chairman, I think what I'd like to do is file the document, the plea form, here in open court. He'll be provided with a plea form out at the jail. If they have a plea form in Spanish, I'll ask that the corrections provide him with that plea form in Spanish. I'll ask him to read it and sign it, and that document will come over with his fingerprints. We'll file that in the court file as well.
Lo que deseo hacer, licenciado, es archivar en actas aquí en plena sala el formulario declaratorio que tiene usted y en la cárcel le pediré a los guardias que le pasen a él el formulario declaratorio que está en español. Yo le voy a pedir a él que me lo lea y que me lo firme y entonces ese documento será mandado acá con la ficha de huellas digitales para que sea archivado en el expediente.
Let's swear in Mr. Reyes Berrios.
Vamos a hacer que el señor Berrios preste juramento en este momento.
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter into this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura y promete que la declaración que rendirá usted en esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. ¿Lo jura ante Dios?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reyes Berrios, your attorneys here in court have indicated to the court that you wish to admit that you have violated probation in 2019 CF 3563 for the reasons alleged in the affidavit. Is that what you wish to do?
Señor Berrios, los abogados suyos que se encuentran aquí han indicado que usted desea presentar una declaración de admisión por incumplimiento de su régimen en el número de caso 19 CF 3563 debido a las razones que constan en el affidavit. ¿Es eso lo que usted desea hacer?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Hyman, which count is Mr. Reyes Berrios pleading in 2020 MM910? Both?
Both counts.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear. There was a background noise. Could you repeat that, please?
I had inquired as to Mr. Hyman which counts he was pleading to. Mr. Hyman responded he is pleading to both counts.
Le pregunté al licenciado Jaime cuál de los dos cargos estaría él asentando una declaración y el licenciado indicó que sería para ambos cargos.
Mr. Reyes Berrios, the other document will be a plea form. It will indicate that you wish to plead no contest to two counts, count one being petty theft, second offense, and count two being resisting merchandise recovery, both first-degree misdemeanors.
Y señor Berrios, el otro documento será el formulario declaratorio donde constará en ello que usted estaría presentando declaración de no me opongo ante un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía segunda vez y un segundo cargo de resistencia a la recuperación de mercancía. Ambas acusaciones son faltas de primer grado.
Is that what you wish to do?
¿Es eso lo que usted desea hacer?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
On 2020 MM910, you have a right to have a jury trial.
En el caso 20 MM910, usted tiene todo el derecho a que se celebre un juicio oral ante un jurado.
At the jury trial, the state of Florida would have to prove to a jury beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt you committed the offenses you are charged with.
Y en tal juicio oral, la Fiscalía tendría la obligación de tener que demostrar, fuera de toda duda razonable, que usted cometió los ilícitos que le están inculpando.
At that trial, your attorney would be present with you and would cross-examine witnesses and examine evidence against you.
En dicho juicio, el abogado estaría presente con usted y interrogaría y contrainterrogaría tanto los testigos como las pruebas que se ventilen en contra de usted.
You would have a right to present your own witnesses and evidence.
Tendría usted el derecho de presentar sus propios testigos y pruebas.
You could have testified or remained silent and not testified. That would have been your decision.
Donde usted tendría el derecho de testificar o de no testificar y en vez de guardar silencio, la decisión recaería en usted.
Your jury would have been instructed not to consider your decision to remain silent in any way in rendering a verdict.
Y al jurado se le instruiría que no podrían tener en consideración de ninguna manera el derecho suyo de guardar silencio en el momento que vayan a determinar su veredicto.
You would have had a right to have that trial recorded and appeal any error that occurred in the process.
Y hubiera tenido el derecho a que dicho juicio sea grabado y de poder apelar cualquier acto en esa diligencia.
As to the violation of probation allegation, you would have had a right to have a hearing contesting the finding that you violated your probation.
Con respecto a la audiencia por incumplimiento de su régimen, usted hubiera tenido el derecho a que se celebre una audiencia para ahí poder disputar las acusaciones que se hayan radicado en contra de usted.
At that hearing, the state of Florida would have had to prove to the court, to the judge, that you had willfully and materially violated your probation by a preponderance of the evidence.
Y en dicho audiencia, la Fiscalía tendría la obligación de tener que demostrarle al juzgado, o sea, al juez, el hecho de que usted manifiestamente incumplió con su régimen y tener que demostrarlo a través de la preponderancia de la prueba.
Again, you would have had your attorney with you to cross-examine witnesses and examine evidence against you.
Igualmente tendría en esa audiencia a su abogado ahí presente con usted para poder interrogar y contravertir los testigos y pruebas en contra de usted.
You could have presented your own witnesses and evidence and participated in the process.
Hubiera podido usted presentar sus propias pruebas y convocar sus propios testigos en ese proceso.
You could have had that hearing recorded and appealed any error during that process.
Y durante ese proceso, usted tendría el derecho a que esa audiencia sea grabada y a poder apelar dicho proceso.
You understand, if the court accepts this resolution, you are giving up those rights because we will not be having a trial and we will not be having a hearing.
¿Entiende usted que al aceptar esta resolución, usted entonces estaría renunciando a esos derechos, ya que no se celebraría ni juicio oral ni audiencia?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you or pressuring you into making this decision?
¿Acaso alguien le está obligando, presionándole a usted tomar esta decisión?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Has anyone made you any promises to try and get you to plea other than the agreement you have made with the state?
¿Alguien ha intentado conseguir de usted le ha extendido a usted alguna promesa para aceptar este convenio declaratorio, aparte de lo que los abogados han hecho constar?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entry, this plea, and admission will subject you to deportation?
¿Entiende usted que si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos y acepta este convenio declaratorio y asienta esta admisión, quedaría usted sujeto a deportación?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You also understand that if you ever before have been convicted of a sexually violent or sexually motivated offense, entry of this plea could subject you to involuntary civil commitment.
¿Y entiende usted que si en el pasado alguna vez ha recibido un fallo condenatorio por un ilícito violento sexual o un ilícito motivado por actos sexuales, se le podría imponer una pena de internamiento forzoso civil como depredador sexual al asentar este convenio declaratorio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Court finds that you appear to be alert and intelligent, that you've had an opportunity to discuss this with the attorneys.
El juzgado determina que usted actúa de manera consciente y que ha tenido la oportunidad de hablar de todo esto con los abogados.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's help on both of these cases?
¿Se siente usted satisfecho con la ayuda que ha recibido de los abogados en estos dos casos?
Muy satisfecho, señor.
Quite satisfied, Your Honor.
Court is going to accept your admission in 2019 CF 3563. Mr. Taglieri, was he originally adjudicated guilty?
Se acepta su declaración de admisión en el caso 19 CF 3563. Licenciado, ¿o acaso originalmente se impuso un dictamen de culpabilidad en esta causa?
The court will revoke and terminate your probation in 2019 CF 3563.
Se revoca y se pone fin a su régimen en el número de caso 19 CF 3563.
You'll be adjudicated guilty of possessing cocaine.
Con respecto a la acusación de tenencia de cocaína, ¿será usted declarado culpable?
Sentenced to 219 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit for 219 days you have already served.
Sentenciado a unos 219 días en la cárcel del condado de Osceola y acreditado los 219 días ya cumplidos.
The court must suspend your driving privileges for a period of 6 months. I do not object to you getting a work permit should you qualify.
Se suspende su permiso de conducir por un plazo de 6 meses. No tengo ninguna objeción de que usted solicite una licencia con autorización limitada si cualifica para ello.
Any costs you owed in that case, you will pay off within a period of 12 months.
Cualquier costas que debía usted en ese caso lo tendrá que saldar dentro de un plazo de 12 meses.
As to the new law offense in 2020 MM 910, you will be adjudicated guilty of petty theft, second offense, and resisting merchandise recovery.
Con respecto a el nuevo ilícito en el caso 20 MM 410, se impone dictamen de culpabilidad para la acusación de hurto de menor cuantía segunda vez y por la acusación de resistencia a la recuperación de mercancía.
As to both counts concurrently, meaning at the same time, you'll be sentenced to 106 days in the Osceola County Jail.
Respecto a ambas acusaciones, será pena concurrente, es decir, se impone la misma pena para que corra a el tiempo igual de 106 días de cárcel.
Get credit for the 106 days you've already served.
Acreditándole los 106 días que ya ha cumplido,
You will owe court costs.
deberá usted costas judiciales,
Court costs of $273 and a $250 contract lien.
costas judiciales de $273 y un gravamen por el contrato de $250.
Again, you will be given a period of 12 months to make those court cost payments to the clerk of the court.
Nuevamente, se le concederá a usted un plazo de 12 meses para realizar esos pagos ante la Secretaría del Juzgado.
As to both cases, you will have 30 days from today's date to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court.
Con respecto a ambos casos, tendrá usted un plazo de 30 días para poder interponer un recurso de apelación ante el juzgado.
If you wish to appeal, you must do it in writing.
Si le interesa a usted apelar, lo tendría que hacer por escrito.
If you cannot afford an appellate attorney, one will be provided for you.
Y si no puede permitirse un abogado para ese recurso de apelación, se le podrá designar uno.
Anything further?
¿Queda algo más?
Of course.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter did not hear the speaker's response.
They just asked to approach with the plea forms, and I granted that request. Madam Attorney.
Han solicitado acercarse con el formulario declaratorio y se ha concedido tal solicitud.
All right, I'll ask that you read over the plea form that you have in Spanish in your hand.
Bien, le pido a usted que lea en su totalidad el formulario declaratorio que tiene ahí en sus manos, que está en español,
It contains the rights that we have discussed this morning.
ya que contiene todos los derechos que se ha mencionado esta mañana.
Please sign that document when you are through reading it and give it to your corrections officer.
Y tan pronto haya terminado de leer el documento, fírmelo y entrégueselo al guardia de la correccional.
Anything further, Mr. Taglieri? Counsel?
Nothing.
Nothing, Your Honor.
¿Queda algo más de uno de los abogados? Ninguno. Muchas gracias, señor, y buena suerte. Likewise.
Mr. Arroyo, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome, Your Honor. The interpreter will disconnect.
Your Honor, I have nothing further. May I be excused?
Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. No, Mr. Ortiz Bernard's case is not until 10, but let's see. Mr. Ortiz Bernard, is that you in the back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. You come on up. Mr. Ortiz Bernard, do you need an interpreter?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Carlos Morales, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter. The interpreter has not been sworn in yet today.
Good morning, Mr. Morales. We'll go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
We have with us Mr. Ortiz Bernard. His case number is 2019 CF 525. He's at the jail facility, and you will be interpreting over the intercom system.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortiz Bernard, we're going to place you under oath. Good morning.
Señor Ortiz Bernard, va a prestar juramento. Levante la mano derecha. Buenos días.
Please,
Morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter into this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura solemnemente o promete que el testimonio que está a punto de dar en esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. ¿Lo jura ante Dios? Yes.
Mr. Ortiz Bernard, the court received a letter from someone, I guess, that was assisting you, asking that you be appointed an attorney.
Señor Ortiz, el juez ha recibido una carta, parece que de alguien que le estaba prestando alguna ayuda, donde estaba pidiendo un abogado. Yes.
A representative from the Office of Regional Conflict was originally appointed to represent you.
Una persona de la oficina de los abogados de oficio regionales originalmente se le nombró para que lo representara.
I understand that was Mr. Smith.
Tengo entendido que fue el señor Smith.
I believe Mr. Smith has left the Office of Regional Conflict.
Y tengo entendido que el señor Smith pues se ha ido de la oficina de abogados de oficio regionales.
We will put on the court minutes today that you are to be contacted by the new attorney at the Office of Regional Conflict.
Vamos a incluir en las minutas del día de hoy de que el nuevo abogado de la oficina de los abogados de oficio regionales se van a comunicar con usted.
I suspect that will be Mr. Shields.
Me imagino que será el señor.
I wanted to bring you to court today to let you know that we have not forgotten about your right to an attorney, and we will be reaching out to an attorney from that office.
Quería traerlo el día de hoy para dejarle saber de que no nos hemos olvidado de que usted tiene el derecho a ser representado por un abogado y que nos vamos a comunicar con un abogado de esa oficina.
One sec.
Your Honor, it appears as if Mr. Smith is actually on the conflict registry.
No.
He's a private attorney on
So we
the
may have-
registry.
We may have burned through regional conflict as well.
Yes, Your Honor. It appears on line 70 of benchmark. It appears as if they withdrew as counsel on on May 19th.
Can we find out who the next attorney is on the line?
And it appears as Mr. Smith filed a demand for disclosure on June 5th.
He did change offices recently, so I was pretty confused. But yeah, Mr. Smith did switch firms that he's working for. I do have an updated email address for him.
I don't know. if they've already retained Mr. Smith's former office or what the
Right, I'm not
issue
sure
is.
how that goes.
Mr. Ortiz Bernard, did your family retain Mr. Smith, or was he?
He was appointed, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Smith can still represent you as your attorney, and we took your case a little bit early. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to verify at 10 o'clock Mr. Smith is still the attorney of record if he contacts the court. If he does, I will have him contact you immediately.
Bien, señor, el señor Smith todavía puede seguir representándolo a usted, aunque hemos convocado su caso hoy día un poco temprano, antes de tiempo. Así que voy a verificar con el señor Smith, a ver si él llama aquí al tribunal, quizás para las 10 de la mañana, y si él se comunica con nosotros, confirmamos que es su abogado aún, entonces le diremos que se comunique con usted.
You want me to shoot him an email, Your Honor?
The Office of the State Attorney is going to send Mr. Smith an email as well. So Mr. Smith will remain your attorney, and if there's some problem with his continued service, we'll bring you back before the court.
Bien, entonces los fiscales también le van a enviar un mensaje al señor Smith, así que él seguirá siendo su abogado. Si hay algún inconveniente o problema con que él siga siendo su abogado, pues entonces trataremos con eso en el debido momento, en el momento debido.
Do you have any questions about your attorney?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta sobre su abogado?
No, nunca he hablado con él.
¿Perdón?
Que nunca he hablado con él.
No, I mean, I've never spoken with him.
I'm going to make sure that he reaches out to you.
Voy a asegurarme que él se comunique con usted.
All right. That'll conclude our hearing this morning. Thank you.
Ok, es todo. Gracias.
All right, officer, are we going to get our second crew?
Yes, sir, working on that right now.
No worries. Just give me the high sign when you're ready.
Thank you.
That bond will be Amari Blas Ferreira Maldonado.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Aurora. Have you been previously sworn?
Yes, I have.
Got 20 CF 1967.
Your Honor, defense would request you waive the reading of the charge.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, indica su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Mauri Ferrer, marzo del 7-4.
I'm sorry, the interpreter is going to ask him to repeat. It's a little bit muffled with the mask. Repítame otra vez el nombre y la fecha.
Mauri Ferrer, marzo del 1974.
Mari Ferrer, March the 2nd, 1974.
All right, sir, please don't pull the mask down. Keep it on and keep it over your nose as well. That goes for everybody in that room. It's for your protection as well as everybody else's. Just make sure you speak loud enough.
Señor, por favor, no baje la mascarilla, mantenga siempre cubierta la nariz y la boca. Esto es para la protección de ustedes y todos los demás. También se le dice eso a los demás que están en esa sala. Le pedimos que simplemente hable en voz alta.
All right, sir, do you know what you've been picked up on?
Señor, ¿usted sabe el por qué le detuvieron?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know what you need to do to come into compliance?
¿Sabe lo que le toca a usted hacer para cumplir?
Bueno, no realmente. Tú sabes, quizás yo me equivoqué en alguna de las cosas, ¿verdad? Pero no realmente.
Not honestly. Maybe I made a mistake on a few of the things, but honestly, I really don't.
Our office will advise him of compliance issues.
Public Defender's Office will let you know what you need to do.
Nuestra oficina le asesorará a él cómo cumplir. La oficina de defensores públicos le informará a usted qué es lo que le toca hacer para cumplir.
Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000.
Se fijará la fianza en $1,000.
And finding probable cause.
Se determina que existe indicios de criminalidad.
Make sure you come into compliance, sir.
Señor, asegúrese que se actualice usted al cumplir con todo.
And Judge, this defendant qualifies for direct PTR. Would you consider that release?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, it will be a direct PTR, no bond. I apologize.
Me disculpo, será libertad provisional derechito, no tiene que depositar fianza.
Next court date.
Next court date is on demand.
Thank you, sir.
La próxima vista será notificado usted. Gracias, señor.
The next one is 20 CF 2053, as well as 20 CF 2054. Raul Gonzalez Ramos.
Your Honor, we have a probable cause argument.
Your Honor, I was informed he's a medical detox.
Oh, all right. Well, then we'll reset him for when he's available. Okay. Jorge Rivera Amador. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, indique su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
My name is Jorge Luis Rivera. I'm born in 8/29/60.
Sir, if you're going to use the translation services, you need to let them translate and not speak in English.
Señor, si usted va a utilizar los servicios de traducción en español, por favor, permita que ellos traduzcan y no hablen inglés. Okay.
You've been picked up for battery, touch, or strike.
Usted fue detenido por un acto de agresión física en la cual tocó o golpeó.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio.
I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se determina que existe suficiente indicios de criminalidad.
Bond to be set in the amount of $500.
Se fija la fianza en $500.
You're not to return to 513 Lost Creek Court in Kissimmee.
Prohibido regresar a la 513 Lost Creek Court, Kissimmee.
You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items.
Se le permitirá una vez poder regresar ahí acompañado por un agente policial para recoger sus pertenencias.
You're not to have any contact with Juanita Bersino.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto con Juanita Bersino.
And no contact with Keithan.
Y tampoco contacto con Keithan.
No contact means no in-person contact.
Cuando le digo nada de contacto, es decir, nada en persona.
No third-party contact.
Ni tampoco contacto por tercero.
No social media contact.
Nada de contacto por medios sociales.
No telephone contact.
Nada de contacto telefónico.
No contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Ningún tipo de contacto en absoluto. ¿Me está entendiendo?
Sí.
Yes.
You're also not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs.
También está prohibido la tenencia y consumo de alcohol o drogas.
And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Y prohibido la tenencia de armas o armas de fuego.
Public defender is provisionally appointed.
De manera provisional se le designa defensor público.
Next court date, please.
Your next court date will be July 30th, 8:05 a.m., courtroom 4A. If in custody, August 17th, 11 a.m., courtroom 4A if you're out.
La próxima vista será el 30 de julio a las 8:05 en la sala 4A si sigue detenido y si está libre de la cárcel, entonces el 17 de agosto a las 11 de la mañana en la sala 4A.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor. Your Honor, may the interpreter have the case number for Mr. Rivera Amador?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. 20 MM1729. The next one is 20 MM1730. It's Abdin Torres Rivera. Okay.
Sorry.
afternoon, ma'am. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Señora, buenas tardes. Levante la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Jura usted solemnemente que la declaración que rendirá aquí hoy día será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad? ¿Lo jura ante Dios? Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Ya puede bajar la mano.
Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Señor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Abdón Torres Rivera, 0928 del 90.
Abdon Torres Rivera, 092890.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of contempt of court, violation of an injunction protection order.
Señor, usted fue detenido por un acto de desacato al incumplir con las órdenes de alejamiento emitido por un juzgado.
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio y este juzgado determina que existen indicios de criminalidad.
Ma'am, what would you like me to consider with regards to any release restrictions?
Señora, ¿qué desea que yo tenga en consideración con respecto a cualquier restricción de libertad?
Yo lo único que quiero es que esté completamente alejado y que...
Señora, no le oigo, más alto.
No, leave it on.
Queda la mascarilla puesta, pero hable alto.
Que yo solo pido que esté alejado y que siga las medidas con su hija, que se supone que sea...
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can barely hear her.
She needs to speak up and get closer to the microphone.
Señora, hable más alto y acérquese a ese micrófono, no le oigo.
Que lo único que yo quiero es la orden de restricción completamente, en vez de, porque ahora mismo está non-hasto, y que haga un intermediario para que él pueda buscar a su hija y no se la tenga que entregar yo.
The only thing I would like is that the injunction be a full injunction instead of what it is right now, which is a no hostile order. And I would like that there be an intermediary for my daughter to be picked up, because right now I'm the one that has to hand her over to him.
Well, ma'am, I won't be able to modify the injunction today.
Señora, hoy día no se me permite modificar esa orden de alejamiento.
You will need to file the proper paperwork with the clerk of court for the domestic judge to look at it.
Usted tendrá que erradicar la debida documentación ante la Secretaría del Juzgado para que el juez de violencia doméstica lo pueda mirar.
Ya yo lo hice hace 2 semanas.
I did that about 2 weeks ago.
It's in their hands now.
Ahora está en manos de ellos.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, if she's correct in that it was a no hostile order, then there's no evidence that he's violated the order specifically.
Su señoría, si ella está en lo cierto al decir que era un contacto de no hostilidad, no hay prueba alguna que demuestre que él haya manifiestamente infringido esa orden.
According to the charging affidavit, it's a no contact order.
Según el informe acusatorio, es una orden de prohibición de contacto.
Okay. Your Honor, according to Benchmark, it's indicated as non-hostile final judgment for injunction with minor children.
Su señoría, según el programa Benchmark, consta que es sin hostilidad una orden de alejamiento definitivo con hijos menores.
Yes, Your Honor, it's line number, excuse me, Your Honor.
upon this court's review of the final judgment for injunction titled non-hostile contact, there is a provision in there that he's not allowed to be within 500 feet of her home or her work.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Because you're not near a microphone, I cannot hear, and therefore I was unable to translate.
Based upon the court's review of the final judgment for injunction titled non-hostile, entered November 2019.
Basado en la revisión de la orden de alejamiento que se emitió en el juzgado, intitulado Sin hostilidad, con fecha de noviembre del 2019,
The final judgment indicates there's to be non-hostile contact with regards to exchange of a child.
la orden definitiva indica que no se permite ningún tipo de hostilidad en el momento que se intercambia al menor
And communication regarding the child.
y con respecto a cualquier comunicación que tenga que ver con el menor.
But it does further order that he's not to be within 500 feet of her residence or employment.
Pero además ordena que está prohibido el acercarse a menos de 500 pies de la residencia o empleo de ella.
And so based upon the charging affidavit, he is in violation of that injunction.
Entonces, basado en el informe acusatorio, él sí infringió las condiciones de esa orden de alejamiento.
I do also see that she has filed a motion to modify final judgment of injunction.
También veo aquí que ella interpuso una solicitud para que se modificara la orden de alejamiento definitiva.
I'm going to be up to you to contact the court to see about setting that for a hearing.
Señora, recae en usted de comunicarse con el juzgado para fijar fecha para esa audiencia.
Can you confirm what your physical residence is, please?
Señora, ¿usted me puede confirmar la dirección de su residencia, por favor?
2121 Polo Club Drive, Unit 303, Kissimmee, Florida 34741.
Is there anything else you'd like me to consider?
¿Hay algo más que desea usted que tenga en consideración?
No.
No.
Sir, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $1,500.
Bien, se fijará la fianza en $1,500.
You're not to return to 2121 Polo Club Drive.
Usted estará prohibido regresar a la 2121 Polo Club Drive.
You're not to have any contact with Carla Boucher.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto con Carla Boucher.
And while I realize the injunction gives you the ability to have non-hostile contact, I'm taking that away today.
Y aunque reconozco que la orden de alejamiento le permite a usted tener contacto sin hostilidad, hoy mismo cancelo esa posibilidad.
You're not to have any in-person contact.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto en persona,
No third-party contact.
ni contacto a través de un tercero,
No social media contact.
ni contacto a través de medios sociales,
No telephone contact.
ningún contacto telefónico,
No contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
ningún tipo de contacto en absoluto. ¿Me ha entendido usted?
Okay.
Ok.
You're also to follow all court orders.
También se acatará usted a cada una de las órdenes judiciales.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next court date, if still in custody, July 30th, 8:05 a.m., courtroom 4A. If you're out, August 17th, 11 a.m., courtroom 4A.
La próxima vista, si sigue usted detenido en la cárcel, será el 30 de julio a las 8:05 en la sala 4E. Se ha salido de la cárcel el 17 de agosto a las 11 de la mañana en la sala 4A. Okay.
Ms. Aurora, if you would, please just make an announcement to see if we have anyone else needing the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Queda alguien más que requiera el servicio de un intérprete en español?
Oh, I've got one coming out. Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Señor, indique su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
10 de octubre del 1900.
Dos, dijo.
No, 27 de octubre del 1984.
27th of October, 1984.
And what is your
Su
name?
nombre,
Waldemar Segarra Ruiz.
Waldemar Segarra Ruiz.
Sir, you've been picked up on a couple of matters today.
Señor, usted fue detenido por un par de asuntos aquí hoy día.
The first case involves 2 counts.
El primer caso tiene que ver con 2 cargos.
There's battery on a law enforcement officer with physical contact.
Agresión física contra un agente policial donde hubo contacto físico.
And obstruction of officer without violence.
Y obstrucción a un policía sin utilizar violencia.
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio y este juzgado determina que existe suficiente indicios de criminalidad.
Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $2,500.
Con respecto al primer cargo, la fianza se fija en $2,500.
Count 2, $500.
Y por el segundo cargo, $500.
You're not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol.
Prohibido la tenencia o el consumo de droga o alcohol.
The second case also has 2 charges.
El segundo caso también contiene 2 acusaciones.
The first charge is battery on law enforcement officer.
El primero es agresión física contra un agente policial.
And the second charge is also a battery on a law enforcement firefighter or EMT.
Y el segundo es agresión física contra un policía, bombero o asistente médico.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit and I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio y se determina que existe suficiente indicios de criminalidad.
Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $2,500.
Con respecto al primer cargo, la fianza se fija en $2,500.
Count 2 in the amount of $500.
El segundo cargo, $500.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs.
Prohibido la tenencia o el consumo de droga o alcohol.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Gracias, señor.
Next court date on both cases will be on demand.
Las próximas vistas por ambos casos serán por notificación.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may the interpreter have the case number?
First one is 20 CF 2058, and the second one is 20 CF 2059.
Thank you.
Want to do one last check to make sure we haven't missed anyone?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Queda alguien más que necesita una traductora en español?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Aurora. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too.
Jamil Yepes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jose Lopez for Mr. Yepes.
Hey, Mr. Lopez. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jamil Yepes, August 20th, 2000.
Parents for state.
Cherish Adams for the state.
And counsel, have you gotten a supplement?
I did not.
All right. In that case, he'll be released to ROR.
That's both counts, Your Honor.
Yes, both counts. Because he's not in this affidavit anywhere, so I can't hold him on anything. Thank you, sir. Now, did you say that Zachary Paul Macaluso would not be joining us today?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, you're free to go. Thank you.
Correct, Your Honor, he's in negative airflow.
All right, he's been picked up on a warrant for violation of probation. There's numerous allegations, including community service hours, cost of supervision, court costs, moving without obtaining consent, and obtaining a new law violation of possession of criminal mischief less than 200.
Yes, Your Honor, we were wondering if you consider ROR today based on the fact that his probation was a nonviolent offense.
I'll be denying that request. It'll be set at $2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His next court date is July the 31st, 8:15 a.m., courtroom 5F.
Timothy Wolf.
Your Honor, he'll be brought up in a second group.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a list of the second group?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
It's Rosalind Alma.
Okay.
Samantha Pettis.
Okay.
Timothy Wolf. And Lisa Johnson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Matthew Acker. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Matthew Joseph Acker, 82576.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of battery, touch, or strike. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Public defender will be provisionally appointed to represent you in this matter. Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000. You're not to return to 1587 Plunker Drive in Davenport. You're not to have any contact with Jessica Acker. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I say something, please?
Hold on one second. Yes, counsel?
Your Honor, may you have a one-time return to law enforcement?
One time with law enforcement to obtain your personal items only. Sir, you can ask a question. Just remember, everything that you're saying can be used against you in future proceedings.
Yes, Your Honor. So everything is pretty much, I already said when the cops came. I had called and tried to defuse the situation with her family, and I called her family twice, the police department twice, and I don't understand how I ended up here.
Well, according to their investigation, they deemed that you committed a battery, and if you would like to contest that, you will have the opportunity to do so in your regular case, okay?
Thank you.
This is just an announcement of what your charges are and what your bond will be.
Okay.
Okay.
The address was 1579, not 87. 1579 Plunker.
All right, well, thank you. It'll be modified to 1579 per the defendant. Either way, you're not to go to whatever residence Ms. Acker is at.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs, and don't possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Next court date.
July 30th, 8:05 a.m., courtroom 4A is still in custody. August 17th, 11 a.m., courtroom 4A if you're out.
Sean Underwood.
Your Honor, defense would request to waive the reading of the charges.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. I can't hear you, sir. You're going to have to speak up.
42169.
Thank you, sir. Do you know what you've been picked up on?
Yeah.
Do you know what you need to do to come into compliance?
Yes.
Okay, then you need to get that done. Your bond to be set in the amount of $1,000. Thank you.
Your next court date is on demand.
I can't hear you if you're addressing the court. St. Juan Walker. Sir, I need you to pull that mask up over your nose, please. Thank you. State your name and date of birth.
St. Juan Walker, July 23rd, 1988.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of petty theft, third or subsequent offense. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. You'll be released with pretrial release. No return to Walmart located at 3250 Vineland Road. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Your next court date is on demand.
Joseph Capagna. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Joseph Capana, 5/27/1978.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of a failure to appear
Yes, ma'am.
in 20 CF 64. The total bond on count 1 is 4999, count 2 is 1999, so the total bond is $6,998. Thank you, sir.
Your next court date is July 24th, 8:30 a.m., courtroom 5F.
Pedro Luis Marty Carrion. Put the mask over your nose, please. State your name and date of birth.
Pedro Luis Marty Carrion, January 11, 1979.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of possession of cocaine. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
It appears that you are also out on probation for 20 CF 845 and 19 CF 2899. Court will be doing an on-view violation, setting each of those at 0. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. probation, indicating ROR on those charges, on those cases?
I'm not allowing that.
Sorry, what were the, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I missed that, you said the case numbers really quick and I couldn't catch them for the probation ones.
You have 20 CF 845 and 19 CF 2899.
Thank you.
And counsel, just so that you know, my
She's having some kind of mental issues, but they are working on getting her here.
okay.
But I have the other three.
All right, Timothy Wolf.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I'm very well, sir. If you could please put your mask up over your nose. Thank you. State your name and date of birth, please.
Timothy Wolf, 9/17/84.
Thank you, sir. Been picked up as a result of violation of pretrial release conditions based off of an arrest warrant that was issued. I've reviewed that warrant and find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $2,000. You're not to have any contact with Melanie Ramsey. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. PD will be provisionally appointed. Next court date, please.
Our next court date is still in custody will be July the 30th, 8:05 a.m. If you're out, give me a second because that one got missed. You will be on August the 24th at 8:15 a.m.
Thank you. Rosalinda Abla. Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Rosalinda Abla, 3/14/83.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up as a result of a battery, touch, or strike. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Public defender will be provisionally appointed. Bond to be set in the amount of $500. You're not to return to 2773 Tropical Lake Drive. You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items only. You're not to have any contact with Ishmael Arzabala. I'm sure I'm not saying that correctly, but you know who he is. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next court date, please.
It's still in custody, July 30th, 8:05 a.m., courtroom 4A. If you're out, August 17th, 11 a.m., courtroom 4A.
Samantha Pettis. Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Samantha Pettis, 01/02/1991.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up as a result of simple touch or strike as a battery. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Public defender will be provisionally appointed. Bond to be set in the amount of $500. You're not to return to 4774 Rummel Road in St. Cloud. You're not to have any contact with Lori Simino. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will not be taking any action on 20 MM 5013. Next court date.
Next court date will be July the 30th, 8:05 a.m. if still in custody. If you're out, August 17th, 11 a.m., courtroom 4E.
And I think that just leaves us to Ms. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, on Timothy Wolf, was there a no contact?
I'm sorry?
On Timothy Wolf, I apologize, I got the 2000 stayed. Was there a no contact?
Yeah, no contact with Melanie Ramsey. Is your training yesterday?
Yeah, she took me for her date with, Muriel's date.
Okay.
That's why I'm over here multitasking like a crazy person, because my 2 days are coming up tomorrow and Friday.
Oh.
And like, my boss came over, she was like, what is this? And I'm like, it's all the things that are coming over to us and day-to-day decisions. And I have you doing IAs. So I smile, I said, I think on Wednesday. She said, you're gonna be up here? I said, yes, just thank God today was I was like, oh Lord. So yeah, I'm trying to make the file look. Because I'm sure when I come back, I'll have more to do. I actually looked at our stuff the other day and the traffic. On a monster.
Of doing them in July.
I know you did. We just love to, even like, bring those up.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, 6,000.
Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
52566. Please, can I get out of here?
All right, ma'am, I need you to put your mask back on, please.
I can't talk through it.
Ma'am, you've been picked up as a failure to appear. There's a $1,000 bond.
Your Honor, according to Benchmark, she never received notice of her hearing. According to the public defender's records, we sent our notice to the same address as the clerk, so I have to assume she did not have our information to contact us.
Her responsibility to keep her information updated, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on her mental health issues, though, we would request a release. She has a previous history of Baker Acts, and I don't believe that the jail is the best setting for her to seek any kind of treatment under the current circumstances.
Has she been deemed incompetent in any prior cases?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right, then that request will be denied. The $1,000 bond. Thank you.
Your next court date is, if you're still in custody, July 30th, 8:05 a.m. If you're out, August 17th, 10:30 a.m., courtroom 4E.
Public defender is provisionally appointed. Ms. Jordan, I assume that you'll pass the information on to your colleagues.
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Ms. Phelps. Could I get you to raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give here today will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, ma'am?
Roberta Phillips,
What's your date of birth?
1968.
Mr. Mead, can you hear her? Nope. Yeah, this not gonna work. I don't see how we can do this. You can't hear your client, and I don't think it's right for me just to be repeating everything she's saying. You need to be able to hear and see them. What's the situation with the case?
Well, this is a little bit confusing, but apparently that she's actually never gotten into drug court, and she's gonna have an evaluation. And then she had to take care of some out-of-county issues, and then she was supposed to, go to a drug court status hearing on January 31st, and did not appear. Then she got issued a CAFES, and she got picked up, and she's been in the Osceola County Jail since I think around 4th of July, or 5th of July.
I think I remember this case with me, and I'm gonna talk, so, ma'am, you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she can hear me. I don't know if she was able to hear you. But I do remember taking a plea from her in a case, and I knew she had other cases in other counties. And I know we had on our docket continuously because she was in Seminole County for some time. And at some point, I'm assuming she got released from Seminole County, and that's when I issued a CAFES because we weren't able to reach her in any type of way. And I think the public defender's office was representing her at that point.
That's correct.
And
this is actually an Orange County case, for whatever it's worth.
but it was transferred to Osceola County.
Yes. So
Okay.
we know where.
Ms. Phillips, where are you living now?
I'm moving in St. Cloud.
You still living in St. Cloud?
Yes, sir.
I'm repeating what she's saying because I'm quite sure you all can't hear. So my understanding, I know she's never done anything with drug court. So Ms. Jones, what are we trying to do with her with drug court?
We were going to have her reevaluated because it's been about a year since we've had contact with her. So
Okay.
Ms. Meredith is going to make arrangements to conduct an assessment through the jail.
Well, she's been in the jail since when?
March the 5th.
At least July 5th.
She says March the 5th, right?
I was on track from March 5th to August 8th, and then from August 8th to December 6th in Seminole.
Okay. This the only thing holding you in the jail, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I've been in and out of the hospital several times this year with pneumonia.
She's been in jail for quite a while. For the prosecution standpoint, Mr. Northridge, I know you can't hardly hear what she's saying, but you have any objection to her being released? I don't have a problem with her setting up the evaluation, but I think we'll get it done a lot quicker and a lot easier than having her sit in the jail and getting it done where she can report to get the evaluation done.
Yeah, I would leave it to your Honor's discretion.
Okay. So I'm going to release your RRs to this charge. From the drug court office, what instructions do we need to give her once she's released?
Mr. Maris?
That she will need to report to Park Place to meet with Tasha to get evaluated, because right now with we were looking at her history, she is looking like she's going to have to do the rest one, starting.
So she needs to
with report.
she needs to report to Park Place
That's correct.
once she's released.
Correct. Upon release, go report and meet with Tasha.
This is what I'd like for you all to do.
Communicate that way.
If the case manager, Mr. Mead, if you can contact the drug court office and the case manager can give you the phone numbers for the case manager and Park Place so that your client can get it. So ma'am, when you get out of, I'm releasing you today. When you get out, you need to contact your attorney, Mr. Mead. He's gonna have the numbers of the people you need to contact so that you can contact them at Park Place so you can get reevaluated and also make contact with your case manager, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm sorry, Maris, I didn't mean to cut you off. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, what number I call?
Drug court office? The Orange, Osceola County Drug Court Office.
And do you have the number?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's you're gonna contact me. I'm the case manager. My work cell at 407-450-8846.
Give me the last four numbers again, please.
2846.
I will do that, thank you.
All right.
Judge, would the court grant Ori Tennis motion of the PD to withdraw?
I'll grant the motion for the public defender to withdraw.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Good seeing you, Judge.
You too, Miss Mead. Take it easy. Ms. Cobb, I see you on the line. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Who are you here for?
Pedro Martini Carrion.
Is he in jail?
He's in custody, but Judge, we could waive his appearance.
Your Honor, he's in the second group. We're bringing him up in different groups because the jail's sanctioned off in different,
quarantine areas.
Ms. Cobb, they say they're bringing him up. He's in a second group, so you want to wait on him?
Oh, I can wait, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who else do I have? Yeah, do I have any other private lawyers on the line? So,
Yes, Judge.
who do we have?
Kimberly LaSure for Joshua Bermudez.
Joshua Bermudez, is he in custody?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Jones, do you have that one? Because I don't
Yes,
have.
Your Honor. He is on page 4, and his case number is 19 CF 1283, 19 MM 1088.
Okay, hold on one second. Joshua Bermudez. Do we have Mr. Joshua Bermudez Garcia at the jail?
He's not on our list, Your Honor.
Apparently, they didn't bring him over. They say he's not on their list. Counsel, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what his situation is.
Judge, if I could.
Go ahead.
He was almost, from my understanding, speaking to the case manager, he was almost completed his requirements in the drug court program as post-plea. He picked up a domestic violence battery case, which he's been incarcerated for 28 days now. The state has not filed on that misdemeanor case, and I'm not so sure they will. If there's a way we can let him finish, I think he's getting very close. This is some allegations that may never turn out to be an active case, Judge. And he's had some rough times. He was almost homeless quite some time during his drug court tenure here, and he's really tried really hard, and I know that he was so close.
Well,
And I don't know that he had any issues while he was in drug court
it's
either.
very difficult for me to graduate successfully someone from a program when they got a pending new law violation, ma'am. I mean, the only thing I can suggest now is we wait to see whether the state files charges or not. And if they don't file charges, historically, if this is the only thing that's violated his probation, we won't have an objection to bringing him back into the program and go ahead and get him on out the program. But that, I'm pretty, Mr. Northridge, is that your same position that you usually take?
Yes, Judge. I was just wondering, is there a case number for the new case that is not charged yet? I was just trying to look at the notes if I could.
Scott, it is 2020 MM 1496.
Okay. I'm just going to take a look at the notes, see if there's anything.
Judge, if I could,
Yes, ma'am.
since it has not been charged yet, he does have a bond in that case. Is there any way that you could consider an ROR in this case on the violation with the stipulation that if the case gets filed upon, then he just shows up for a sentencing date with you?
State wish to be heard.
Judge, I leave it your Honor's discretion, but I would just bring up the fact that it's not an old case. This domestic violence case just came into the office on the 25th of June. So it's not like it's been sitting around a while. I don't know where it's heading from this point, but it's within 30 days. I mean, it just so it's not unusual for it not to be filed on yet, I don't think.
Okay. What I'll do at this point, ma'am, is I'll deny your request, but I want to set this for a status again, and if he's in the same situation, and it's been a while, and the state still hasn't taken any action, I'll probably go ahead and grant your request to ROR him. But at this point, I'm going to give them a chance to see what they're going to do, because it's real confusing when we let somebody out, and then the state files and got a violation of probation pending, and so I would like to just see what's going to happen with this case one way or the other, and then we have closure on that issue.
Understood,
Let's do this. I can't give you an exact date right now because we don't know when we'll reset them, but we'll reset them in August sometime, and we'll give you a notice of that date.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for getting on the line.
Judge, we may be able to come up with a way, we may be able to work it out so that we can connect the jail through, so that we can see and hear better. But it would require that you would need to mute your Surface tablet, and we would use the audio, the courtroom audio, to dial into the Teams meeting.
So all I gotta do is, that right, like that?
I'm communicating with IT, they're walking me through this.
I can easily mute my computer, so you tell me when to mute it, and then I just need to be able to make sure you all can hear me once I mute it.
Let's give that a try. Let's see if I'm on the right track.
Okay, because I still hear you all, of course, because you all aren't muted, but can you all hear me?
Okay, go ahead and mute your tablet.
I'm muted. I am muted.
Okay, and then we're gonna try something.
Okay. I think we got all the people that they got for the buck. Damn, we did all out of jail. Yes, we did. So let's got that out the way.
Right. See if we need to do anything different. Okay, so Navajo's on his way to the courtroom to finish the steps, it sounds like, but I think we're on our way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
If you're the meeting organizer, press star now.
Hey, LeVar, how you doing?
You are now joining the meeting. Please wait for the leader to admit you to the meeting. Thank you for your patience.
They told me to meet.
You are now joining the meeting.
All right, I think we're getting it set up.
Okay. I muted my microphone, so that's what I need to do. It's muted.
This meeting is being recorded and or transcribed.
Okay. All right. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you all hear them at the jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They can hear you at the jail now, Ms. Jones.
That's wonderful. All right, so then I believe I saw Ms. Hernandez. Yes. And who are you here to address?
Which case are you calling now?
Okay, well, Ms. Hernandez, who is your client?
Marcy Carry-On.
Okay, and I believe we were waiting on them to bring him to the jail. Or bring him up. So next I see Mr. Mills, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Mills, your client?
Wanda Hernandez.
Wanda Hernandez, Judge, is the case from Orange County.
Okay. Do we have Ms. Hernandez at the jail? Good afternoon, Ms. Hernandez. Let me swear you in. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give here today will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hernandez, just state your full name.
Wanda Liz Hernandez,
What's your date of birth, Ms. Hernandez?
2971.
Okay. Mr. Mills?
Your Honor, I had sent this for a plea. I've spoken with Ms. Hernandez, and she no longer wishes to enter an admission to the VOP. So I guess at this point, the court can't really take any action.
Okay, well, she's in the Osceola County Jail, so I don't know we can't transport her back to Orange County, so.
I understand. She's got another case going on there, so.
Okay. All right, well, we don't take any action at this point. It's an Orange County case. Mr. Mills, you'll notify us when she finishes up with that case, and she'll still be held in Osceola, so they'll bring her up to Orange County at some point.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right. The next client is Stacy Hatmaker, 19 CF 2290, 19 CF 2292.
Hatmaker, could I get you to raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give here today will be the truth, so help you God. What's your name, ma'am? I don't know if we can quite hear you. Say it one more time.
Stacy Hatmaker,
Okay, that's better. What's your date of birth?
22177.
Okay. Mr. Graves, I believe this is your case, sir.
It's a plea, Judge. Revoke and terminate 10 months, Osceola County Jail.
In both cases?
Yes, sir.
That means you had an opportunity to go with a plea form with your attorney.
Yes, I did.
You understand the rights on this plea form.
Yes, I did.
How far in school have you gone?
12th grade.
Are you freely and voluntarily entering your plea to the charge of violation of probation?
Yes, I do.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or medication that may affect your thinking?
No.
How do you plead to the charges of violation of probation, ma'am?
Guilty.
I couldn't quite hear you.
Guilty.
Okay. I will accept your guilty plea. I will find that you are alert and intelligent. You understand your rights. You understand the penalties for this charge. And you have freely and voluntarily entered your pleas here today. Is there anything else from the state or the defense?
Nothing, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the clerk is telling me that when she looked the cases up, she didn't see a VOP had been filed in this case.
Yeah, no, I'm not violated.
So, do we have the probation officer on the line?
Judge, I think this was on a notice to appear.
I can't hear you. What'd you say, ma'am?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you a little better now.
Okay. I think this was on a notice to appear.
Okay, well, Mr. Graves, Mr. Northridge, I guess I can't accept the plea just yet because there's no violation to accept it on. I'm assuming you all got the same plea offer will be there.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead and discharge her so that I can do the VOP?
That's what yes, ma'am. I will discharge her from the drug court program at this time unsuccessfully. And, you know, we have to wait until probation gets me the paperwork and then we'll reschedule it again. I'm assuming they say the state will leave the same conditions, ma'am, so it won't change anything. We just can't do the sentence now because we don't have a violation just yet, okay?
How long will that take, you know?
I mean, she's probably gonna work on it today, and she got to get it to me, and so it should be soon. That's about the best I can tell you, ma'am. I can't tell you a date right now. You know, things are a little slowed down with everything going on.
Yeah, because will the offer be the same?
That's what the state said.
Yes.
They leave the offer there. He just said yes.
Okay, so, because I have a time in from last year and this year, plus the...
What, Madam Clerk, how much credit for time, sir, do you have?
2019 CF 2290, she has 246 days. And on 2019 CF 2292, she has
She said 246 on one case.
216 days on the 2292 case.
Yes, 216 and 246 on each case. So that's how much time you serve you have as up to date, ma'am.
Okay, so we couldn't just settle it today or no? Like, time served because with all the...
No, I'm not. I can't give you any sentence right now because I don't have a violation.
Okay.
All right.
So
Okay.
she's gonna do it today?
I'm quite sure she's not gonna do it right now because
Okay, no, I
it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm just anxious because my family, we're moving out of state and I'm ready, I'm tired, I'm ready to go. You know?
I understand, and I don't want to give you an answer to say it's gonna be done in a day or 2 or 3 when I don't know.
Okay.
I'm quite sure she's gonna work on the violations and she'll get them up to me in Orange County and then we'll reset you once that happens.
Okay.
Okay? You're welcome, no problem. All right.
Okay. Christopher Isby, 17 CF 2563, 17 CF 3120, 2020 MM 963.
Is this your case, Mr. Graves?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your name? Okay, can you hear them, sir? Okay, Mr. Graves?
Judge, I have an offer of 300 days, and I talked to Mr. Isby yesterday at the jail. He's asking to stay in drug courts. I do have something that says he's been accepted to the Bridges program.
You say he has been accepted?
So I have something from my social worker that says he's been accepted, and they're wanting to know when he's coming.
Well, I mean, he has a new law violation, Mr. Graves. Unless you work out something with the state, I'm not going to keep him in drug court with a new law violation. I don't want to start setting that precedent.
Like, I can't remember what it does, like a loitering or a
Trespass on property.
The trespass.
Yes. It was filed on, and it was referred to drug court, and it was rejected from the referral, but we normally don't take cases like that unless the state makes an exception. So, Mr. Northridge, I don't know what your position is.
When I looked at it, I must have found there should not be an exception to it if I rejected it. I would think that's, I don't remember his case off the top of my head, but it must have been something more than just our usual, where somebody's sitting on a box where they shouldn't be, or riding a bicycle in an area they shouldn't be without reflectors or something like that. So it's beyond that.
Okay, so Mr. Graves, looks like you're not going to keep me in drug court because it's a new law violation. So I don't know if I've discharged him from the program already, but they have filed on it. So if not, I'll discharge him from the drug court program.
I have a letter saying they reinstated me in the drug court, reaccepted with this new charge.
What you say now?
I got a letter saying that I've been reaccepted in the drug court with the new charge. The trespassing was I
Who you got the letter from? From who?
the state.
Well, this is the prosecutor that makes the decision about all the drug court cases, sir. On the line now, he's the one that makes the final decision. I should say that, Mr. Northridge. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say.
The trespass.
Judge, can we come back to this case in just a couple minutes? I'll try to look up everything I can on the computer in the next couple minutes and try to have some sort of a better answer. I could try to do that.
Okay.
That's about as good as I can do.
Well, let's recall the case in a few minutes. We'll see. He's going to look at it again and see what he's going to see, what he can do. We'll call you back in a few minutes, sir.
Next is Robert Taylor, 18 CF 3204, 18 CT 3848.
Your Honor, he's in the second group.
He's in the second group,
All right.
so we have to recall that one.
Yes, sir. Joshua Wombles, 19